Finally wasted.
Yes.
I don't like your man. Yes. Good morning. Hello, good morning. It's so exciting to be here. Thank you so much for joining. And I'd like to assure us that it's going to be time well spent. And we would like to start in earnest. The time is 10 o'clock. So we need to mute the feedback, please. To assure us. It sounds strange when you hear your own voice. Don't worry, we'll resolve it. We'll resolve it. So I'll keep talking until I'm sure it has resolved. So we're also trying to see if you can go live for the benefit of people not based in Abuja. I can see that most of us have our writing pads. Should I keep speaking? We are good? Oh, no. Okay. Tochukwu confirm that the life is also good? Okay. We just want to be sure that everything is fine. If the YouTube is giving issues, you can take it out. We'll stick with Zoom. I prefer efficiency to multiplication. Sorry, we just got a lot of calls that they wanted to be part of this session. Yes. All right. So let's start again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oluyemi Adeosun, and I'm very, very privileged to have been able to initiate this conversation. And I'm so very grateful to all our faculty. And I must thank our hosts. Permit me to say, Dr. Oluwalabi, thank you so much for your magnanimity, even though at some point we'll still appreciate them more. We are using this beautiful edifice free of charge. So thank you so much, sir. I also like to thank, because you're already here, Ajia Fatima Mohammed. You said you're an early bird. You're a good bird. Thank you for coming. And thank you also for accepting. We are expecting other facilitators, in particular, Ajia Saadatu Farouk and Malam Aminu Yao. We are moving on schedule. I would like to say very quickly that at some point, perhaps after every session, we'll take Q&A. So I'm going to be the MC or moderator. please, when you are asking a question, ask the question. Don't paint a scenario. If we say, who wants to ask a question? Please don't collect the mic and provide an opinion. When we have opportunity for people to provide opinion, we'll say, who wants to share something? I'm saying this, I will interrupt. And when I interrupt, I will look rude. But now you know I'm not rude because I said it up front. A question is a question, one sentence, like bullet points. Because we want to manage time, we want to be here latest by 4:30. Hajia Sadatu is calling me now, and I can't pick her call. But I'll call her back. Who knows her here? Please call her. Help me solve her problem. Tell her I love her. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, she's my ECM, so I can say that. Okay, all right. I think we should also take a few. Is my sister from the facility around just to give us a few information? There's a place provided for us for our Muslim colleagues, if you need to pray, there's a place to pray. Please ask any of our colleagues. And we'll also have break that will coincide with the prayer time. Then the convenience is also available if you need to, but please don't take calls inside there, no distractions. Let's focus. So pretend like you paid 1 million naira for today. You know that kind of attitude when you pay a huge amount of money because you actually paid. You just didn't know. All of us paid to be here. All right. So my sister, please come. She would like to share a few words. She's in charge of the facility or a representative of the facility so that I'm politically correct. Please, let's clap for her as she says a few words.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Institute of Human Virology, I'd like to welcome you all to our beautiful hall. It's the IHBN Conference Hall, and we're using it today for the Professional Development Workshop. You're all welcome. It's an honor to host CIPM here. We're glad to have you here. And we are delighted that a professional body of your caliber is with us here today. And as we begin, I'll just like to share a short security and safety briefing to ensure that comfort and well-being is assured whilst you're here. As regards emergency exits, we have staircases on the left and the right. I believe some of you came via that. And so in case of an emergency like that, you can just use the staircase, please, very carefully, calmly. And as our security would, lead you calmly to muster points, and, they will take care of you from there. We have, assembly points at different parts around the campus, and, they will just handle it from there. As regards medical assistance, we have a few staff on ground, myself inclusive. You'd mostly see us right here. There's glass cubicle behind the hall, and you can meet any of us, tell us what your need is, and, we'll be sure to sort you out. Please keep your personal belongings very closely to you. We have security on ground, but personal safety and security is paramount at the same time. We advise that. For restrooms, we have 4, 2 for ladies and 2 for men. We have 2 right here in this hall, and then we have 2 just across, just in case, the ones we have here are fully occupied. You can just walk to the hall right opposite, and we have 2 other bathrooms there. For lunch, or maybe when you feel hungry, when you step out, you can, just talk to any security around. They will guide you to the elevators that lead to the 7th floor where the cafeteria is, and you would see the restaurant staff there ready to attend to you. I think that will be all for now. You're welcome once again, and I do hope you have an interesting and informative training. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me also add that in case you are going to restaurants and you didn't come with your food, we have two options for you. Rice, 5,000 naira. Swallow, 7,000. It's not on the house, please. And if you are fasting, thank you for fasting. Very swiftly, we'll be moving on to the very first session, which is also very important, and it is by our host, Dr. Olufemi Alabi. I would just like to read very briefly his profile. Dr. Olu Alabi is a highly accomplished chartered accountant with over 2 decades of experience providing financial audits, business advisory services to local and multinational organizations. He trained at PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC. Olu has developed deep expertise across various professional domains, including accounting and finance, public financial management, public administration, internal audit reviews, statutory audits, and business advisory services. His leadership experience spans both the private and development sectors, having served in key roles at the Institute of Human Virology Nigeria as Director of Internal Audit and Compliance, and currently serving as Director of Finance and Administration. He also worked with PricewaterhouseCoopers, where he led major donor-funded projects, including the United States AIDS Development, USAID, UNDP, UNICEF, the Global Fund, World Bank, and other private organizations. At what point are you planning to clap, actually? With deep expertise in governance, financial oversight, audit investigations, and grant management, it brings strategic value to organizations through effective system design, compliance enhancements, and capacity development. Olu's academic credentials reflect his commitment to continuous learning and also professional excellence. He holds a higher national diploma in accounting and finance from Yaba College of Technology, Nigeria, a bachelor's degree in applied accounting from Oxford Brookes University, United Kingdom, a master's degree in accounting and finance from Robert Golding University, Scotland, and a PhD in forensic accounting and audit at Charisma University, Billings, Montana, USA. He's a distinguished fellow of the Chartered Institute of Accountants. Okay. He's also a fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, FCCA, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, FCA, demonstrating his global and local professional recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, with all the emojis, emoticons, love, affection, with our master, let's welcome Olufemi Alabi. You are welcome, sir. Let's keep clapping until guests are. Let's keep clapping.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, as a chief host, I want to welcome you to this event. And like the scripture says, there's nothing you see the son do that he did not see from the father. So, yes, I'm your chief host, but I'm representing a group of people we call executive management at the Institute. I had to seek their approval for us to be here. If they had said no, it would have been a no. So there are people behind the people you get to see. I'm the one you are getting to see, but I have people who are also right at the ends of affairs, running things, and I report to them. And at the Institute, we call them executive management, and they're made up of a trio. Our CEO, Dr. Patrick Dakum. Then we have a COO, Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Charles Olalekan Mensah. And of course, we have Executive Director of our ISA, that's Professor Alashley Abimiku. These are the three people that hold things together, and we work to support their vision and mission to make things happen at the Institute. So can we please put our hands together for them? Thank you, thank you, thank you. So having done that, I'm going to jump right into the reason why I'm here. The time is 10:14. I combine so many caps as you have seen. One of them is business, is not mentioned there. So I have 25 minutes. I'm going to try to do business with your time to see if I can make some profit from the time allotted to me. So we see about that. So I have a long speech here, at least enough to take the time allotted to me. But I'm going to walk around it, skip some things that I may choose to skip, and then distinguished colleagues, esteemed leaders, and HR professionals. It's truly an honor for me to stand before you, before this distinguished body of HR professionals gathered here, not just as custodians of workplace practices, but as architects of the future of work. Today, I want to speak to us about the intersection of human resources and organization strategy, a place where profession finds its greatest influence and where organizations discover their truest potentials. You'd agree with me that for too long, HR was seen as a support function, primarily focused on compliance, payroll, and personnel administration. But as we know, the world of work has changed, and so has the role of HR. Today, HR is no longer just a facilitator of business processes. It is a strategic partner, a change agent, and a driver of organizational transformation. As management guru Peter Drucker once said, culture eats strategy for breakfast. I'm sure we've heard that before. And but the question I have for us here in this room is, who are the people that shape the culture? If culture eats strategy for breakfast, then who are the people that shape the culture of every organization? I'm happy to let you know, if you don't know, that the person we are talking about is none other than you seated in this room. So if strategy would work, if culture will swallow strategy for breakfast, it's all up to you to define the culture of organizations we are working and to ensure that the strategies work as planned and the organizations are able to achieve their roles, their goals and objectives. So the truth is this: no strategy, however brilliant, can succeed without the people to bring it to life. And no group is better positioned to enable this than us in this room, the HR professionals. The survival and profitability of any organization is aimed on the strategy it deploys in actualizing its goals and objectives. Therefore, understanding your business terrain and adopting the right strategy is a prerequisite for success. Interestingly, business or organization strategy is not tangible, in that it can only be appreciated through the demonstrated impact on the organization and industry. And this impact cannot become tangible without the HR component of the business. That is to say that human resources give life to strategy. It is no longer news that the one inimitable resource an organization has is its human resource. That is the humans that bring the organization or business strategies to life. With the presence of humans as a business component, managing this resource becomes imperative. Hence, the human resource management aspect of the organization. The days when HR was seen as that component of business that managed mundane administrative personnel-related tasks are long gone. Forward-looking organizations are beginning to prioritize adopting the HR business partnership role and leveraging the benefits to improve business outcomes. The competition in local and global markets is not relenting. And for organizations to stay relevant, it must constantly reinvent itself. A business strategy consists of clearly defined goals, plans, and actions that map how a business will use its product or services to compete in one or more markets. Compared to most business functions, HR intersects with all other departments, making it a vital part of any good business strategy. This reinvention includes adopting technology and getting it to work for it. That said, HR and organizational strategy must align for growth and productivity. At the core of organizational strategy lies purpose, a clear sense of why an organization exists and where it is headed. And as HR leaders, our task is to connect people to that purpose. How do we achieve this? We do this through a few things we are all very familiar with. The first is talent acquisition and management. The second is organizational growth and technology. The third is learning and development. Fourth, change management and culture. The fifth, we have performance management, compliance and risk management. You say, are we internal auditors? Not exactly, but HR component is the internal police. If HR looks away at many things, people will go away with blue murder. But if you hold them to account, especially as it concerns their contract with the organization, then you ensure compliance and risk management. And a lot of things can go wrong, as we have seen over time. Things we take for granted when staff take you to court and the court awards them, we wonder what you were doing. Small matters like that we don't pay attention to, but that end up, biting us if we don't pay good attention to them. And whose job is to keep us out of trouble as an organization? That of our HR professionals. Then we have data-driven decision making. And of course, employee well-being. These days, employee well-being is beyond how much you are paid as your salary. We have a lot of mental health issues now amongst employees, and it could be occasioned by the kind of boss they have or their colleagues or anything that has to do with the work that puts pressure on their mental faculty, and some end up needing therapy, some land in the hospital and all sorts. It's the job of HR to make sure people's head are working as designed, they're working well. Though I do say that some people is self-inflicted, because if you get into drugs, you get into habits that hurt you, there's only so much HR can do to help your matter than to send you home for rehabilitation. Some tough decisions have to be made, especially if it's affecting the work you have been hired to do. But at least, by and large, it's part of our roles and responsibility to ensure that we create an environment where undue pressure is not exerted on people's mental well-being. Because some people, if they have terrible bosses, they're afraid of coming to work. They're even talking to the bosses, they are shaking, they cannot communicate, they cannot be coherent. A lot of things can go wrong where you have wrong places at the wrong places, managing the wrong set of human beings and people. And of course, that's not our aim. So it's the work of us in this room to ensure we maintain that balance at the workplace. People are free to come to work, to express themselves and get their job done, because we spend most part of our days, of our lives at work. If you sit down and analyze how long you spend in the office, you don't spend such time at home. So why would you live your life in an environment that is toxic, that is not friendly, that you are not really living? So it's the job of us as HR experts to ensure that we create that environment where people come in, where they thrive, where they live well, where they're able to express themselves and they're able to achieve their professional and personal goals and objectives. So as David Ulrich, often called the father of modern HR, reminds us, HR is not actually about HR. HR begins and ends with the business. And our role is not merely to align HR with strategy. It is to ensure that strategy is human-centered and that organizations succeed because their people thrive. So all these are all, intertwined one way or the other. You take out HR, strategy fails, but at the same time, strategy is not just about the business. It's about the people thriving and fulfilling their purpose. And in thriving, they're able to also positively impact on the organization. So happy people, happy organizations who are able to also achieve their goals and objectives. So at the end of the day, it's a win-win situation. So we'll talk quickly about the human factor in strategy execution. So we must never forget that strategies do not implement themselves. People do. When employees are engaged, inspired, and empowered, they become catalysts of transformation. But when they are disengaged or excluded, even the most brilliant strategy will falter. That is why HR must focus on creating environments where people feel valued, respected, and motivated. Cultures of trust, accountability, and innovation are not accidental. They are deliberately cultivated by the policies, practices, and leadership models we promote as HR professionals. As Jacinda Ardern, former Prime Minister of New Zealand, once said, one of the criticisms I've received over the years is that I'm not aggressive enough or assertive enough. But I refuse to believe that you cannot be both compassionate and strong. That balance, strength with compassion, is precisely what HR must embody as we drive strategy execution. I'll go through the point I want us to take again. That balance, strength with compassion. Compassion underlined is precisely what HR embodies as we drive strategy execution. Without overflogging it, it's all about people, people, and people. Leading people to achieve what we want the organizations to achieve. Because without the people, everything dies on paper. It's just beautifully written on paper, cannot be executed. So it's the people that will execute it. But while we're driving them to execute, we need to bring in something that is not very popular in this climate, which is compassion. We need to be compassionate as we get them to achieve our goals and objectives. So the future of HR and organizational strategy. Colleagues, the future is already unfolding before us, and HR must lead the way in shaping it. Several forces are redefining our work. The first is technology and AI, which will automate tasks, but HR must prepare the workforce for the new skills and opportunities that emerge. The next is DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which are no longer optional. They are strategic imperatives for innovation and resilience. Of course, any HR has to be flexible and agile. That's flexibility and agility. And this will define the new employment relationship with hybrid work, gig work, and of course, global teams becoming the norm. You know how you people want to work from home. You know how you do it. I don't want to go into that, the distractions. But I know how many of us love to work from home here. And then when we're having Zoom meetings, we get to see your head. But when we call your name, we have to call like 3, 4, 5 times before they say, yes, I'm here. Some of us, we wear our shirt and suit, we are suited up. But if they say, take your full picture now, it's something else that is down here. I remember a meeting, so one of our ADs called for a meeting during COVID, and I joined the call, and suddenly she said, turn on your camera. You know what happened? I developed technical issue. When I resolved my technical issue, she was able to see my face. You know, forget about it. Well, just forget about it. So the last one there is about purpose and sustainability, which increasingly drive employee engagement as workers seek meaning beyond paychecks. It gets to a point in your career, what matters to you ceases to be the money you are paid. Not many of us are that address, but you agree with me, some people, you offer them newer employment, they say they are not taking it. Not because they don't want more money, but because the environment that they're operating now, they are thriving, they understand the system, they have all the support they can get, and nothing you can pay them will take them to another environment where they may not have all the support they're getting now. So at times, it's not all about money. Don't try me with money, though. But my point is very clear. So as John P. Potter, the renowned change management scholar, puts it, strategy should be viewed as a dynamic force that constantly seeks opportunities, identifies initiatives, and empowers people to make the vision a reality. In all these areas, HR is not just a responder. We are the visionaries. We are the visionaries, we are the strategists, and the guidance of the human agenda in business. So there's a lot we do. And I conclude by saying, as we gather here under the banner of CIPM Abuja branch, let us recommit ourselves to a higher calling. We are not just HR practitioners. We are leaders of change, champions of people, and strategic enablers of organizational successes. So the organizations of tomorrow will thrive, not because of technology alone, not because of capital alone, but because they place people at the center of strategy. And we as HR professionals are the custodians of that vision. Colleagues, our profession has come of age, from the back office to the boardroom, from policy enforcers to strategic leaders. We have redefined what it means to practice human resources. Let us continue to shape the future with courage, with vision, and with an unshakable belief that when people flourish, organizations prosper, and society itself is transformed. And in the final word of Dave Ulrich, he reminds us, the ultimate measure of HR is not how much we know, but how much we create. Thank you very much for listening.
See, I'm not impressed with your clap. Thank you. Some of you that know, I'm a member of an association called Toastmasters. Toastmasters International. In Toastmasters, even if you are crap, we clap. How much makes you excellent and outstanding? Are we together? Thank you so much. That was beautiful. This is not part of the plan, but I will introduce it. Any question for him? You know, when you hear a chartered accountant quoting Dave Ulrich, you are in trouble. Positive trouble. I'm tempted to say who knows any novel accountant, but I won't ask you so that we don't expose ourselves. Any question for him, please? Please don't be shy. And you are not going to be invoiced for asking a question. Okay. Please come forward. Any other question? In my mind, I see two questions. One has materialized. Men, don't fall my hand. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. So I have a question for you, sir. You mentioned diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, just yesterday, we had a conversation on the HR mentorship platform talking about hiring someone who is HIV positive. How do we ensure that diversity and inclusion works every time? Because it looks like the Nigerian mentality and what I call it now, stigmatization, is deeply rooted in everybody. In this case, I'm not going to remove anybody. I'm sorry, I don't need to offend you, but yes, because of the objections that we raised, how do we now ensure that this works? Because I think it's a problem.
Can we put our hands together for her, please? Thank you so much for that beautiful question. Fortunately, I work in the industry that caters to the needs of many of these people who have medical challenges, and we call them our clients. We make sure that they stay alive. All we do is all our core at the core of our business is making sure they stay alive, and the infection is not spread. It's not spread to people they work with, because, like we know, it's highly contagious. So I think we started this fight about 21 years ago at the Institute. We came in to fight HIV 21 years ago, and we're still in the business of fighting HIV. Things, I must tell you, have progressed significantly from how it was those days and how things are these days. Those days, Dr. Mensah was telling us just yesterday that they had rooms where they were like emergency rooms that you walked in. They were rooms to resuscitate clients and make sure at least they are stabilized. These days, you don't see such rooms again. Those days, once I look at you, I see you like this. Everybody knows you are battling HIV. They can't touch you with a long spoon. But these days, we even shake and hug and do all sorts without knowing anything is wrong. You get me? It's not written here any longer. Those days, it was written here. You could not hide it. But these days, if the person does not tell you, you may not know. So coming back to your question, the solution to that challenge, if we are having it, and I'm not denying that we're not having it, because once you tell me this person is like this, I remember we hung out one time, and after shaking hands and all that, and I found out that this person was HIV positive. Many years back now, before I even joined here, I was in my second ward. I had my first, second, I'm in my third ward now, professional. So I went to the bathroom and washed my hands, and but truth is, it was a function of my ignorance and not whatever happened to the person. With a benefit of hindsight, all that was not necessary. So far we didn't cross certain lines, was good. So for DI, your forms, your employment forms do not have your HIV status, does it? So if I'm positive, how do you know I'm positive? I'm living healthy. They live healthy, they're on the drugs, they're fine. So how do you get to find out about my status and then you begin to discriminate or stigmatize me? So there are things we don't ask for these days. There are information we don't ask for. If the person comes in and you stumble on it, it's also HR, our policies that promotes the fact that this is an organization that does not stigmatize, that is all inclusive. And we encourage people to come out and we give them all the support they need. And they are friends and they see how we relate with them. But if HR calls everybody and says, you sit down there because of what they know, it's funny, but it's people in this room that are the culprits. We are the ones that determine who is stigmatized because we know people's intricate secrets. My file is not open to all staff, but it's open to HR. HR can read my history. No. And unfortunately, HR and and it's not professional. By my training, my wife says, I don't even discuss. And what do you want me to discuss? I should discuss work with you. It's forbidden. I can't bring myself down to discussing work with her, no matter how sweet the gist is. Work there's a blank wall. You can't hit it. It's just there, blank. When we get to work, we do work. When we get home, we do home. We cannot mix the two. But some of us, there's no line. We just cross and just, hot gist. Did you hear? Did you hear? This person. Please, my pleas with us in this room. If it would work, it's us in this room that will make it work. If it's not working, it's us in this room that are failing. So it's for us to look at our individual situations, see where we're lagging behind, and see what measures we need to put in place to make sure we all have a safe environment for everyone to deliver and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Aja would like to contribute something.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Actually, very sorry, I came in late. Unfortunately, I just got here. Okay, so I just want to share an experience with you. You were saying, how do you know after you must have come into a system? Some organizations, you have to go for medical tests, even after you have been issued employment letter. And by the time they communicate, you know, that is the situation the person is, it becomes a problem. Even though all of the campaign, you know, around HIV has seemed to have garnered a lot of attention, some organizations are still, you know, deviating from compliance. And I give you an instance. I know of an organization, the guy had already been issued letter. After the medical tests, he was positive, and they retrieved that letter from him. That deteriorated that guy's situation so badly. It took him a very long time to come to terms with that reality. Sadly, he died. And that same organization, they are currently bringing on board new people. And this conversation came up again. And we're like, look, you can't continue to do this. When people get employed, you didn't tell them that you wanted to check their status before you employed them. You should have had an issue giving that information to say, look, as you come in, these are the requirements. The person who thinks cannot fit in because of your own guidelines will just back out. But you didn't from the very onset, you know, which has always continuously been the problem with the HR process. From your attraction, everything terrible, put it clear. The same us, people will come. By the time you select the people you want, you don't even bother to go back to the people you never wanted or the people you rejected to say, sorry, these are the reasons why you were rejected. It is still a problem. So it's important we keep touchlighting those issues so that we take, sorry, sir, so that we take them from, okay, so that we take them from, you know, from this room and begin to break them into those implementable bits. We all have this responsibility to carry. Talking about DEI, yes, it's well said, but most of the time, and especially with the public sector, they will withdraw that letter. My daughter got a job recently and they went for their medical test and they went again and they went the third time. And I'm like, why? What are they looking for? She said this time they were testing for drugs. Those who were going to test positive to drugs. And I said, okay, how about those who already are in the system that are on drugs? What did you do to them? You didn't take them for rehabilitation. You probably didn't even pay attention to them. But all you care about is deliver. The person is delivering and it's not messed up upstairs and is in the system, you didn't see anything. This young person coming in, even those you even went to hand hunt, spent money, you brought them in, you say, go and do tests. And by the time the person is positive, you say, go away. So we need to actually have roundtable around what is it that we really can put in place. And we begin to promote that, particularly through the Federal Civil Service, we can do that as well. You know, to begin to do that awareness creation that it is that person's right. Under the labor law itself, you cannot just begin to throw people like that. Unfortunately, the labor law is not wrong. It's not facing the realities of time. You know, so they hide under all those years and still perpetrate those things that are not productive for us. Thank you very much. I just thought to share.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me just touch quickly on that. I love the way she's put. See, the truth is, I'll leave the moderator to, but I'm not speaking as a final authority. But to let us know there's a lot of work to do. From those of us seated in this room, to preach to your orgas, for you to formulate policies that will look away from it, to going through the association itself, to the labor law, the visiting our labor laws, you know, bringing up policies to protect people, to going even to the National Assembly, where should be certain things should become laws and should be criminalized. It is when we get to that point where by our policies, by how we operate as a nation, some things, just like I can't just wake up and dismiss you anyhow. You know, you have a right to take me to court. The same way that there are laws that support people to have rights to certain privacy and how they live and without being discriminated against, then that's when we are ready. But we will not get there today. We keep pushing the agenda. It keeps coming up at discussions like this, and we keep formulating policy. But there's something we can do in the immediate, is to shine the light, is to brighten the corner wherever we are as individuals. Before we go global, at least your places of work, where you have your sphere of influence, you should be able to do something and enforce a positive change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this is the last question for now. Next time, when I ask for a question, you will G Mason.
Okay, this question actually came out from the DEI question.
You are using the time for question.
Sorry. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Chinaza. So my question is regarding the HIV scenario. So for instance, I work in a school, right? And we recruit a lot of teachers. So there are times when we do medical assessment all the time. So we call it medical assessment. And so would you say if somebody goes for the assessment and the person tests positive, are we not in the right to withdraw that employment, especially because this person could be children facing? Person could be relating with children, or in the case where the person has tuberculosis, the person will be relating with children. So would that not be a reason to withdraw the offer?
So what he's saying now is the final. Okay. For now. One house, please.
Good morning, my professional colleagues. I want to answer the question in two fronts. The first one, I want to add to what the Director of Finance and Admin of IHBN said. I was the first person that handled HR. I started the HR up to the time I left in 2022. It was a deliberate effort that we had to employ people that were HIV positive. And up to today, I think some of them are still alive. They are still working here. It was a deliberate thing. So nobody, and in our forms, yes, there's a clause that we inserted that we need to know if you have any terminal illness. We didn't specify, but we included that. And we did that because we need to know if you have some terminal illness, because we are a health organization, we should be able to help you. We have professionals in virtually every field, of health. So they will be able to do that. Even if you say, okay, I've been whatever, they will take care of that. So those are the two reasons why we still have them. And in HR, that time, you will never hear, in fact, you hardly know who is positive and who is not, because we kept our ethics. The second thing, like the one she asked, there is no way that you can terminate somebody's appointment because he or she is either HIV positive or has tuberculosis, no TB. There are so many places that you can refer the person for treatment. So if you do that and the person sues you, definitely the organization will be liable. I've gone to that court several times because of certain issues when I was here. And so I knew some of the judgments that were passed. So please, colleagues, professional colleagues, we have to be very careful. If you don't know, you better ask. We have fellows around, we have people that have experience. Ask them, how do we handle this? Otherwise, you will put your organization into trouble. Yes, if the person has TB and is coughing, they can give him some time not to come to school. Print a school too. So if a teacher has a particular ailment that we know he can transfer to to the children, we ask the person to go for medical treatment, but not to terminate the person's appointment. Thank you, my ECM.
Thank you. So I think there's something we all need to get here, and it's education. And education is continuous and lifelong. HIV is not transmitted. There are certain ways HIV cannot be transmitted. It cannot be transmitted because I'm present in this room, for example. It cannot be transmitted because I shook your hand, for example. If I hug yourself, it cannot be transmitted. If I kiss yourself, we commit fluid, it cannot be transmitted. There are certain ways that HIV gets transmitted. Science has shown there's what we call viral load. There's a way certain drugs you take that keeps your viral load so low that it cannot be detected in your blood and you cannot transmit it. That's why we have mothers who have children who are positive, but their children are not HIV positive. So there's a lot we need to know before we begin to say, because it's working with children, it's HIV positive, it will transmit it to the children. No. TB, yes, that one is once you cough, it goes in the air, can infect them. We are not saying put the lives of the kids or your colleagues at risk. If you have TB, responsibility, excuse yourself from duty, go for treatment, get your drugs, get your treatment. They certify you okay, you come back to work. But we cannot say, TB, bam. So if someone has TB, comes to school, cops, many people have TB, we shut down the school. The kids will stop coming to school. The kids will go home and sell it. It's highly contagious. So we need to be responsible as carriers, as teachers, to protect our assets and our business, of course. But at the same time, if we get the right education, we know there are certain things we can live with. We don't necessarily have to discriminate or fire people from their livelihood because of certain things they have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Don't worry, we still have the rest of the day, but we need to focus on the agenda, and the AOBs will be dealt with. Please help me appreciate Madam Rachel. She's one of our deputy directors here, and she's one of our core executive CIPM Abuja branch. Please let's celebrate her again. Also, help me celebrate Emeritus ECM, Elder Osaya Shukushe. Retired but not retired. He's now consulting. You know, he's a fellow. When you see someone who is above 60 coming for this kind of program, it's super inspiring. He really doesn't need it, but he's here to learn and also to share from his wealth of experience, and we'll make it. So what I'll be doing, say 10 minutes or so, I want to steal Ajia's time with her permission. So, because I've seen all the slides for today. So I'm building a base for you. I'm just putting a base. You continue. Don't be upset. If you work with me, you must be ready for the impossible. To talk about HR and strategy, because this is perhaps one of the biggest headaches. First and foremost, businesses that align HR strategy with corporate strategy will always outperform those that are not. Okay. Again, effective HR strategy does what? Answers, how do we build? How do we retain? How do we engage the right people to achieve what? Business success. Now, I want to paint a universe for us very quickly, and we need to get it. Especially some of us that like asking for template on the group. You need to get it. Let's move to the next slide. Move to the next slide very quickly. Now, yes. See, you may not see it clearly, but there is what we call organizational business cycle. Some of us are HR business partners. One of us must be. In the organizational business cycle, there are like 4 or 5 stages. Any organization can be. The first one is what we call startup or introduction. The second one is the growth stage. The third one is maturity. Then the fourth is decline renewal. Question for you. The organization you are working right now, where are they in the growth plan? Because the HR for a startup is not the same one you will use when you are in a growth stage, and it's not the same one you will use when you are in maturity or in decline. For example, if you are in company A and company A is in maturity, and then you are employed to a company is in growth, the things you did that make you a superstar can make you get fired. And it's not village people. So this is the first thing I need us to know. You need to know what the organization is. And the good thing is your organization is evolving. If it is not well managed, an organization in maturity can decline back to growth. Scale up. That's the first thing. The second thing I also want to quickly mention is that we have government organization. Some of us in the private sector, sometimes we think that all government agencies are the same. They are not. There are 3 tiers of government: local government, state, and federal. The operations there are slightly different. And even state different from state. Let me use 2 neighboring states. There is clear-cut difference in Lagos Civil Service and Ogun State. And they are both states. You need to be conscious of that. Then in the states, you have, for example, corporations. You have agencies. There are some agencies where is stricter than private sector, especially depending on the head of the agency. So you also need to know that what you're looking for and what is their peculiarities, uniqueness. The next one, please. Now, in private sector, I'm teaching you strategy because this is mostly falter. So I said, let me put foundation. Wajia, she will take it from lintel to roof. Now, there are different types of business, private sector. You see, some of us also make this mistake in private sector. We don't realize that the ownership style of the firm will determine your HR approach. For example, is it business? Let me tell you, there are like 4 types of real man. Some of us also make the mistake. It's like the other man. I've worked in a real man business before. The man worked for 22 years in Accenture, like a real man business. Historically, he had 22 years in Accenture before his real man. I've also worked in real man business before. Don't laugh. This real man had like 10 years in Otiga. Don't laugh, he's a millionaire. Service, I won't mention his name. I want to think. But because he came from Motiba to corporate service, his approach, and you can't say much. You don't have money, you say you have idea. That's his technique. That's his what. You also have partnership. You have your people work together, a group of people, 2, 3, 4. What am I saying? I'm saying this very respectfully. Please, your first job, if you are already in, is to understand the philosophy of the ownership. HR, your job is not to change the philosophy. Please, I'm saying this very respectfully. Don't go to the organization that they are deeper life and turn them to Christ Embassy. You are going to be frustrated. Don't so go to Christ Embassy and turn them to deeper life. It's not going to work. Start the structure and then work instead. Why am I going through this so that we can get a better result? I've succeeded everywhere I've worked, and I've worked in different contexts. Is the employee life cycle. Okay, is right, but this is streamlined. Attraction, recruitment, onboarding, retention, and separation. Now, what makes this complicated is every employee has his life cycle. Now, if you are managing 500 employees, so you have 500 cycles. One staff is in attraction, another one is in onboarding, another one is in development. Do you now see the complication? So when you are coming up with your HR policies and services and concepts, that means you must always come with a buffet. Buffet means cross section. Some of us, you will just focus on one. You expect us to clap for us. If I like beans, we are doing a party, you give us rice. I'm not going to be happy. Your best bet is to provide a buffet. Everybody will find what they want. Okay? I just said, let me quickly drop that very quickly. To the next slide, just flow everything on this slide, just to show us a few things here. Yes, just look at this table. Just look at this table now. You can see on that table, startup. What is the business focus of a startup? Survival and what? Market fit. What is HR strategic role? You are trying to from the scratch. You are trying to set foundational culture. You can't be a startup. You're going to be for employees that want to collect annual salary. However, you can do that. How? If your company is ready to give stock option. So you see, there are things you can do. But the how is, for example, I was a founding staff of Konga. I had the first 150 people there. To go and bring people from established organization, we have to give them stock option. Because why would you leave Unilever that has grown globally for Konga? I don't know whether it will die tomorrow. So you must be able to incentivize it. It is that is in we are scaling teams and also scaling systems. What must you do as HR? You must create structure, define rules, introduce automation. The third category, which is maturity, the focus is what? Optimization, then employee retention. And you are trying to deepen leadership around performance strategy. But not the least is if you are in decline. You know, what you be doing there? You are trying to do cost management, reinvention. That's not the organization to say, let us do TGIF. Nobody is. Okay, HR, you are trying to change more separate and restructuring. Bottom line question. This four is the organization right now. Which business stage? Which business focus? Then are you aligning your HR strategy? I will wrap up in the next 2 or 3 slides. I just want to show us a few things around strategy. Because CEOs will always say, I need HR that is what? Strategic. Many times, quote me, many times we, the HR, we are strategic. The problem is we don't know we are. Why don't we know we are? Because we don't know what strategy is. So when they push back that we are not strategic, because we don't know what strategy is, we shut up. And when you shut up, it means admission of what? Guilt. So in the next 1 or 2 slides, and then we'll move over to Ajia. What is strategy? First and foremost, strategy is an integrated what? Set of choices that positions your organization chosen playing field to win. Strategy came from war, so that you understand. You know, military war. Yesterday or 2 days ago, Uncle Donald Trump changed Ministry of Defense back to Ministry of what? War. So we get ready for. But serious note, business is what? That's why you need to be strategic. Strategy is about achieving, not that word. Achieving what? Differentiation. When you are interviewing and you have 4 candidates, you sometimes use it to brag. You tell the candidate, I hope you saw that candidate outside. You ask, what differentiates you from the others? You too, as a business, what differentiates your business to the customers? So it's about achieving differentiation through unique choices, creating value for customers and stakeholders. Strategy is choosing the right field. Planning is about what? Execution. There's something we call sustainable advantage. And sustainable advantage is what? Faster than. Can you see HR now? If sustainable advantage is your ability to learn faster than competition, who is responsible for learning? That is why Ajay Sadatu is the head of learning in security and exchange, because they have to stay ahead of the global exchanges in the world. I think I'll just slide and wrap up. Understanding strategic thinking. Okay. And this is what CEOs are thinking about. You can't be an HRBP if you don't have the same thought as your CEO. You have to be on the same wavelength. Ladies and gentlemen, the first question they are trying to ask, there are just 5 questions. The first one is, what is your winning aspiration? You see, in the real sense, there is no HR strategy if there is no business strategy. If you don't understand the business strategy, any set of HR strategy will be misaligned. So when you go for an interview and they ask you that, what HR strategies would you deploy? Do you know the first answer? The first answer is, I'll first understand your business strategy. You can now say, so that, they will say, still say something. You will now say, assume this is your business strategy. Assume your business strategy, and then come up to HR initiative. If you don't assume, and tell them your assumption, they will be fulfilling your business strategy, because you have something and you have something else in mind. You can see misalignment. This is very key. What is your winning inspiration? Play. Is a location, but it's also a segment. For example, OPay, they play majorly, bottom of the pyramid. That's that. OPay did not target people like Malam Aminu. Even though now we're forced to meet them, because all the vendors around him, we say, Oga Malam, please transfer to my OPay, transfer to my OPay. Which markets are you targeting the youth? Are you targeting HNI? Are you focusing on urban areas or rural areas? Child must know. If you don't know, you will flow. Ladies and gentlemen, question 3, how is this business going to win? Because it is how the business will win that will now determine how HR will enable the business to win. Ladies and gentlemen, question 4, which is very important. Listen to it. What capabilities must be in place to win? Simple English, but you can tell me, what does capability mean? What are the meanings of capability? Anyone, come answer, please. Someone mentioned staff, someone mentioned competencies, technology, finance, money, resources, time. So if, for example, one of the competencies is people, question will be at what skill level? Question will now be, do you want full-time employees, contract employees? Do you want to outsource? So, for example, in some organizations, you see that their security is outsourced. It is because they think a company that is fully focused on security to better deliver that capability than if you want to insource it. Ladies and gentlemen, what capabilities must be in place to win? Last question. what management systems must be in place. Part of the management system include HR systems. So when you have things like organogram, structure, these are all part of systems. When you have things like succession planning, meanwhile, as I'm rounding up, please move to RGS slide. You can free me now. When you are putting those in place, you are trying to what? Answer this question. It is very, very important. I just gave you a 1-year strategy course in 10 minutes. But if you cut it, your life will never remain the same again. Which means when you are planning for 2026 calendar year in your organization, you know what they will tell us to submit HR plan for the year. You know, just create an hypothetical table in your mind now. The first thing on that table will be what? Serial number. The second thing will be what? Maybe activity. But don't let the first thing be activity. Let the first thing be business problem area. Then you will now go to activity. So business problem area can be, we want to increase our revenue from 2 billion to 5 billion. Now you can have 7 activities for only that. One can be, we need to increase the training of staff if they will be able to achieve this new rate. One can be, we need to hire 3 new staff. So don't laugh and don't scream. One can be, we need to lay off 3 people because they will drain our ability to work, to succeed. So you identify that business area. And that business area can be market share. Part of the solution can be, we need to go and poach 2 staff from competition. Once you have that approach, note, when you are presenting to the management, to the board, to the other HODs, you start from the business problem, which all of them will agree to, and then you transition to the HR activity. Before you now say this is the budget, because they won't say no to the problem, they won't say no to you. Once that can happen, they can negotiate. Then instead of 20 naira, can we use 12 naira? But if you didn't start that way, they will cancel it because they won't be able to see value. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to introduce us to my leader, elected council member, Sadatu Farouk, who is current speaker. I'm just helping as a PA. I'll read her profile because she'll be talking to us on a very important topic, you know, telling us how we can, as HR people, connect to organizational mandates. Sadatu is a distinguished leader in development finance. Please listen to the profile. From a profile, you can become transformed. Just don't be admiring her beauty. Admire the journey too. She currently serves as the head of learning and career development at Securities and Exchange Commission, where she champions talent development, mentorship, and look at that, institution. Okay. In addition to this, she promotes professional excellence and organizational effectiveness. She's a full member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria. I will pause here. If you are here, you are not in CIPN, you are in long thing. If you are joining all those mushroom bodies that in 2 days, they've completed your accreditation. You are, ladies and gentlemen, she is a governing council member serving as an elected council member of the institute. She is a chartered commodity stock broker. So HR, please, some of you, borrow yourself break. You do MCIPN, SHRI, can't you do something else? Can't you do certified business analysis? Can't you do an MBA? Please watch. Chartered what? Commodity. A word is enough for the... I brought you here to provoke you. You are in soup, positive soup. Sadatu brings a wealth of experience in capital market operation, corporate governance, and strategic leadership. Our professional journey has been defined by a passion for nurturing people and organizations, evidenced by our success in developing organizational strategies, mentoring high potential talent, and fostering productive relationships with stakeholders across diverse sectors. She is currently pursuing... Please help me ask your neighbor, what are you currently pursuing? Look at another neighbor. Some of you, Something is pursuing you. You are not pursuing something. She is currently pursuing a PhD in development at Nasarawa State University, Kefi. Southern's academic focus intersect with our professional passion for inclusive growth, sustainable development. Our research interests include human capital development, trade policy, and agricultural finance, with a keen interest in how mentorship can shape long-term career resilience and workforce transformation. I'm trying to wrap up our presentation. It's not easy. In our current role at the Security and Exchange Commission, Sadato has led impactful learning initiatives, including mentorship programs designed to provide constructive feedback to unsuccessful candidates after job interview. Unsuccessful, I hope those of you that you don't use to send regrets me, I hope you are learning something now. She advocates for a shift in HR culture that goes beyond the interview towards a mentorship-driven approach that emphasizes growth, continuous learning, and empathy. By equipping unsuccessful candidates with actionable insights, she believes organizations can build a more self-aware and opportunity-ready talent pool. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome elected council member Sadatu Farouk, as she takes to go. Keep clapping until she gets there.
You know, when somebody very determined and very deliberate speaks after you, before you, you have a big job. But I'll try my best. You know, my journey started 25 years ago around the capital market.
Thank you, sir.
Before 25 years ago, I was within this private sector. When I joined the Securities and Exchange Commission 25 years ago, I didn't even know how my journey was going to be anyway, because most of our own generation is work to survive, right? Just get a job, put your family together, maybe train your younger ones if you are not opportune to come from a very privileged background. So when I got into sex, so I need to give you this background to see why I got so aggressive with my learning process. By my first degree, I did Agric Econs from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria in 1992. Yes, this is a mama before you, a grandmother at that. You know, so when I joined SEC, my first question was, what will I achieve if I'm here? I read Agric. But luckily for me, at the time I joined SEC, they created a department that housed commodity exchange. So my Agric could fit in. And by the way, I read Agric by mistake. I wanted to read pharmacy, it didn't work. I had all the points, but the political things, I didn't even understand it. It was like 17, I was 17 thereabout. So when they pushed us into Agric, I was so sad. I think I cried the worst of cry in my life when I got admission. But alhamdulillah for today. You know, so when I joined SEC, and I see people, they read accounting, they're accountant, lawyer, this one, that one. I say, yeah, what am I going to do? And I love to win, as you see me, so very healthy competitor. So we started the journey. And by the time I joined Commodity Exchange, it was a new division, so nothing on ground. So we had to start gathering data, traveling around the country, checking for warehouses, getting to see different lines of production. Eventually, we were able to register the Nigerian Commodity Exchange, which happens to be the first one. At that time, it was transiting from Abuja Securities and Commodity Exchange. They call it ASCE then. So when privatization came during the time of El-Rufai, you know, they transformed into Commodity Exchange, and that gave birth to the Nigerian Commodity Exchange. Anyway, that long story is because I wanted to justify why I became a commodity broker. So at every stage of my career, I had a reason to add something that would professionalize me. So I know the way the public sector works, so it's rotational. You are moved, you know, irrespective of your capacity or your capability, you are moved to any role. So for every of the role I found myself, I did something different. So still talking about differentiation. doctor was speaking. And I'm so glad he did this in his paper. He basically, summarized what I was going to say, what I'm going to say here today into that his paper. And I'm glad that happened. He created the foundation. So now I'm almost leaving the system. I have just 5 years to live. So I told myself, I said, so what again can I do that will keep me relevant? In the course of my career, I spent 6.5 years at the Institute of the Nigerian Capital Market. There we prepare people to go to the to practice in the capital market space. So I told myself, I said, okay, since I'm here, let me become trained to be an accredited management trainer, at least to be able to speak to people, give back whatever I know that I have learned in the course of my career. To further buttress that, I started the PhD. It's not been very easy. I can tell you that, very demanding, but we'll get there. So thank you for listening to my short background. Thank you. Dr. Adeosun did a very good job by intelligently laying this background before I start this presentation. If you have a strategy, most of the time we think that is the planning point. Strategy is not actually a consequence of planning. It is actually the starting point in itself. So you're processing it. It's actually the starting point in itself. It's not about the planning alone. Because if you have a company in mind today, let's take our minds from the public sector. I decided to focus a bit on the public sector because of my background and to share experience. We'll take, for instance, you're living here. I was coming this morning. I had a strategy of getting here in good time and start with people. I had that plan in my mind. But of course, I missed my way. But I got here. So begin to think of it in terms of business. You want to set up a business. What is your first intention for setting up a business? To solve a problem. To solve a problem. To solve a problem. Can I get another one? Okay, so let's save ourselves. It is merely because you want to be in existence for a purpose to solve a problem. So you have a mission in your mind. And that mission is basically around when am I going to be in existence? So before I go into my paper, they had highlighted the outline. I'll run through it very quickly. Okay. So the moment you get the reason that you want to come to be, which is your mission, what again is very important to you? We've talked a lot about strategy this morning. I met director talking about strategy. Dr. Adeosun wrapped it very nicely. So we're putting them in perspectives now. So after you get your reason for being in existence, what is next that is uppermost on your mind? The vision. So before you get to your vision, there's something that is very important to you. That thing is called your values. Your values. Which is when you talk about HR, you're talking about people and culture. And in the crux of every business, what is central there is the people. Because without people today, we won't even be talking about this, right? So when you have the reason for existence in mind, the next reason is what is important to us. That comes even before your vision. Because your vision is where do I want to be? If you don't have a culture, the right culture in place to help you drive where you want to be, that dream will just be in futility. So when you have the reason why you exist, you begin to look at what is important to you, and then you now begin to conceive or dream about where you want to be. And where you want to be cannot just happen. There has to be a process to it, right? Which is now your strategic intention. And this intention has to be driven by something else. What are those things? I need to talk. Speak up, please. Mission was your very first, your reason for existence. So now you have got into your strategic intention. Your driving force. What brings that strategy into reality? Right? And that's the reason why we're here, to see we don't have misalignment with a strategy. Your misalignment can even come from as simple as getting the wrong people. The moment you make that mistake, misalignment will happen, and it will take you almost forever to restore it. True or false? So that is why our role as HR is very critical in making sure that there's alignment of our role as HR with this business strategy. Any business without a strategy is not going anywhere. It's like a bad tire. Your car will not move. True? Thank you. Okay, so is it the angle of my glasses? There's something blurry about it. I don't like back in the class. So let me try like this and see. You know, Dr. Adeosun is a very tall man, so it was easy for him to navigate. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay, so we're looking at how align HR with strategy of an organization. From the smallest to the biggest that you can conceive. You can't do it without a strategy. Prior to this world of work today, prior to my joining HR in the last 15 years, I didn't understand that that alignment was critical until the last 5 years. Because in organizations, especially in the public sector, you begin to see how you have some people overworking and some people are doing nothing at all. Is a consequence of misalignment. And that would have started from your very first step, attraction. So most of the time in the public sector, you don't even know the number of people required for a particular job role. You have a complete organization. I work with SEC. Of course, I'm speaking here today as a volunteer. So the SEC in itself has evolved over the years. Is over 50 years old. And you are wondering, how is it that they are very deliberate? Unlike some other organizations, we are less than 400 people. Yes. Either way that you look at it, it could be for or against us. And we are regulating a market where we have over 200 million Nigerians. So take just 20% of even 10% of 200 million Nigerians. Just 10%. That's like 22 million. So that 22 million people, if they go into investment in the capital market, we are there to protect their interests. And every one of us here is the potential investor if we're not investing yet. So imagine it. So that's to tell you the level of alignment that they deliberately worked towards having. It does not mean we can't grow. We're ready to grow bigger. Okay, so I need to read through slides, but most of the things I've spoken to must have reflected in this slide. Can we take the next slide, or you want me to read through so you follow? Okay, that's fine. So let's move. Okay, so we need to also understand the strategy, like I said, from the very beginning. So if you don't have that understanding, then there's a problem. And how do you do that? We have said that organization mandates the fundamental core objectives, responsibilities, and obligations that define an institution's existence. And guide its operation for public sector agencies, like I said. I narrowed it because I know Dr. Adeosun, every of the time he speaks from his private sector insight and experience. So I like balancing it most of the time with the public sector. Because within this Abuja, we don't have as much private players like in Lagos, Ogun State, and the rest. So most of our audience tend to, be in the public sector, and it's good to create the balance because what works there may not actually work for us. If we have to still be guided by PSR and guided by the labor law, we need to constantly balance it with what happens in our other side of the business, which is the private sector. So these mandates are often deeply rooted in our legal frameworks, our regulatory requirements, or even the direct provision of essential public service roles. And I have put them in these buckets. We have what prevents isolation, what drives growth, and what strengthens operations. So without reading this, can you take this slide down? Let's hear from the people in the room. What are those things that can prevent isolation for the HR person? Let's talk about it. We're not lecturing here. I'm just facilitating a conversation. And I want it to be warm. The room is quiet. Hello? So let's share experience, private, public. Somebody is having the microphone. You see, the story I tell here, you may never forget. That's why I like conversation. But what you may read without the story, you're likely to forget 70% of it.
Okay. Is it working? Yes, it is. Okay, so you asked what makes an HR personnel isolated. So for me, I'm speaking from my own point of view now, is most times, should I stand up or? Okay, all right. So most times, more often than not, is trying to stick to the policy, right? You're an HR professional. You're always about policy, policy, policy. We must adhere to this policy, forgetting the fact that you're dealing with people. So you're not connecting, you're not relating, you're isolated, you're on your own. I'm sure there are others that could add to this too, but most oftentimes than not, this is what causes that first level of isolation. Thank you.
You see, one of the things that almost deterred me from HR, I got inspired by someone, by the way, how I found myself in HR. Before this guy came to the commission, he came as a very senior person to the then one of our DG. When she came, she just felt that we're too bureaucratic, and she created some, shortcuts that will help. And it was quite helpful. And I started seeing HR in a different light. Prior to then, when you see HR people, you're like, wicked people. That's the first impression. People on their own going jejely, why? I tell you, the first time I was posted to HR, I was a senior manager then to head the, I had a stint there as a manager for like 2 months. Then I went on a training. By the time I'll come back, they sent me to transport. I was crazy. I had cried the HR own. I didn't finish the cry. I went on training. By the time I came back, they took me to transport. But instead of seeing it in that light, I saw the better side of it. So I was lucky this guy came. I know the way he works, the way he does his things as HR person. I'm like, oh, okay. So HR can be different. They started bringing programs, beautiful things, creating initiatives that brought life into SEC. So at that point, I fell in love with HR. So I went to meet him one day and I said, I love to talk to people. I want to make impact. I like sharing when I have something in my head. But I honestly don't know how to go about it. Part is coming, person had time. I went to meet her, I said, ma, this public sector, is this how we'll be moving up and down? Today you are in operation, tomorrow you are in corporate services. She said that, she spoke it in Hausa, that if I'm waiting for somebody to come and show me the way, I'll sit down there, that I should go and find my way myself. And I asked her how. She said, look for your passion. So she sparked something in my head. Look for your passion. And I'm like, oh, okay. So when this guy came, it was easy for me now to meet the guy. And I told him, he said, he repeated the same thing and said, look for your passion. I said, okay, but this is what I like. He said, okay, then you can fit into HR. And that was how my journey started. And honestly, I love HR. I do. Please give yourselves a round of applause. So let's move to the slide that you. Thank you. So we are not here to be that stick onto policy person to the extent that people will disconnect with you. Even in law, there are concessions. But of course, every game has rules. And if you don't play by the rules of the game, you're putting yourself in trouble. And that's why it is important that policies really are in place. It's okay. But the execution of policy, please, HR people, execute it with compassion, not double standard, not cherry picking. Execute policies with the human face. Execute with empathy so that you don't suffer that isolation. And we talked about workforce planning. Now are the key areas of the HR alignment. When Doctor made a presentation, you see that what he picked from his presentation is HR typically is around recruitment, development, which will culminate into your retention. It's about care. When you talk about employee relations, it's about care. The medicals, the initiatives for wellness, is about care. Evaluation, the performance. And the last is even how you do the policy execution and implementation. So when those policies are there, they guide all of this process of recruitment, development, evaluation, care. That care for me is even the most. And you will not suffer that isolation. So these are the key areas that we need to actually pay attention to ensure that it aligns with the business strategy. Prior to these recent few years, most businesses operate as if the strategy is going this way and the HR is going the other way. For as long as there's no alignment, that sitting on the table will not happen. But when you can put the value before those who will put the pen down, your sitting on the table becomes automatic. You don't even have to negotiate it. Especially in the public sector, they will tell you it is just by the rule. But how you bring that rule to execution, how you are able to convince those people who put the pen down, is what differentiates all of us. And we need to have that alignment. You need to convince these people that will put the pen down for you. And it boils down to how you make cases for consideration. So we're saying how we ensure talent, right? Talent are attracted. Like I mentioned earlier, if you miss it, you miss quite a lot. Even though if you think of building capacity for them over the years, but that foundation is very critical. You want to, I work in a regulatory organization, and you probably just don't even care the quality of lawyers you get in. We have financial analysts. You don't bother what's the quality of the financial analysts you get in, ranging from the economists, the accountants, statisticians, right? But because it's government sometimes, and even in the private sector, you see that people are picked not for the right positions. And we keep emphasizing, ensure that you have these three most important things when you are attracted: the knowledge, the skills, and the right attitude. The moment you have the people with the right attitude, sinking with the culture of the organization that is engraved in the strategy, will come with ease. So to ensure that we have proper alignment, we developed tailored trainings. I was on a panel of interview recently, and one question that was thrown to one HR person who came in was that, how do you ensure that you have, you retain your high flyers? High flyers are very difficult to retain if you don't have what it takes. Sometimes it's not the money. Some people are even looking for psychological safety. Yeah, money is very good. But sometimes, honestly, when you begin to scale some of these needs, you see that money is not the number one thing. How do you ensure that you develop people to ensure that you have retention? If you have individual development plan in place and you begin to support those professionals that you want to keep, usually those things are expensive. Even in the HR space, it's not that cheap. Being a HR professional today, when you have to pay for your exams, sometimes you have to travel to even go and attend some inductions. It's not easy. So when you have has in place an IDP, it can create interests of retention. You see that your attrition will be low, maybe around your critical areas, because you may not be able to meet everybody's needs because of costs. Then we're looking at performance management. I'm so glad that this current government is still looking at performance management very closely. And I pray that we are very honest to it, because what gets measured gets done. You promote people because the person has spent 3 years. You are discouraging that hard worker who works so hard and still gets promoted like the person who is not working hard. So that performance management is very important. There should not be a misalignment between performance and strategy. Then you have the talent retention. I've spoken to it, by the way. And of course, our cultures and our value. This culture and value, as simple as it is, shapes everything around us. Are we on the same page? If you begin to miss, some people don't even have core values. Some organizations, all they know is just put the business strategy. What is contained in your business strategy matters, because that is what will make people create alignment. If you say, oh, like the CIPM, our core values are script. And if you look at the way we operate, even as a people, you will see that you are playing out that script at all times. There's respect. You can see integrity. You can see transparency. You can see service. We're here because of service today. So having your core values that will help shape continuously the culture of an organization. It's, what time do I have, please? Oh, okay. Okay, so let's move. Because it's part of my grading. Let's move. Culture is very critical and is very important. So craft values out that will give you that deliverable in terms of the kind of culture you want to see at the end of the day. Let's move the slide. Okay, so workforce, a case study. I'll read it. A common challenge in public sector HR is that recruitment process often lags significantly behind the emerging operational and strategic needs of the agency. Is this true? This yes is weak. Is this true? And this delay can create critical skill gaps and inefficient staffing allocations. So we have this example in a federal agency responsible for financial oversight, talking about myself. The investigation staff are critically under-resourced despite a surge in complex fraud cases. We see a lot of cases around Ponzi these days. If you pass here, you pass like this. So what our new IC has done for us is to put very stringent penalties in place and to continuously be educating the public. Investment is your personal decision. You're trying to bear a risk, but somebody is there to let you know that in trying to make this move, because where you are looking for that high returns, it comes with very high risks. So where you want to do this, but please watch out for these red flags. But that kind of organization, what do you think they should do? They should go get the right people with the right skills and the right attitude in that regulation, right? Okay, so concurrently, several administrative rules were staff. Like I said, some people work hard, some people are lopsided because you don't even know how you are supposed to align from ab initio. Due to outdated organizational structure, we can't say more than that, leading to resource misallocation and reduced effectiveness in fulfilling the agency's core mandate, which is regulation. So the solution. So bring it down, let's begin to hear from ourselves. What do you think if you work in such a place as the head of HR, what will you do? Did you do like this? And okay, so what do you have to say? Nothing? So bring it down, please. So let's hear from ourselves. What will you do? Differentiating, don't forget that word. What will you do? I'd even said it earlier. What will you do? Doctor, I'm not in this class. I'm not making it as interesting as I conceived before I came here. I had conceived a class that is challenging me. What did you do differently? Okay, someone is bailing me out. Thank you.
Okay.
You know, the saddest thing for any presenter is when you ask questions and nobody is ready to support you. It leaves you standing and you get isolated. So I'm listening.
Yeah, so what I would do first of all is do an audit, right? So if we have that,
Sorry, with due respect, maybe you stand and so people can connect with you.
okay. Can everyone hear me now? Okay, great. So what I would do is I would first of all do an audit, because from what you've said is the investigations team, they have their understaffed, but the admin team is overstaffed. So it's important to find out how many people ideally do we need? What are the specific job functions within admin, right? Because admin is also very broad. So you can have people doing procurement, depending on how your organization is structured, other people doing maybe maintenance or something. So we want to find out what is each person's job function within this. Do we also want to create an environment where someone can potentially carry out two functions? So you're an admin, but you also have the skill set to do X, Y, Z. It's also, do they have transferable skills to, because we don't want to just downsize and then start to hire people for investigations. Do we have people who potentially will have the skill set with the right training to fit into investigations, right? So that way you're not overly laying off people, but you're also seeing how you can build internally with the skill sets that you have, and then potentially fill that gap that you have in the different.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Thank you very much. So bring up the slide. Let's look at the solution. Thank you, because you cannot continuously be employing. So you rejig, rotate people and build the capacity for them. But most times they put you to the role before they even begin to build for you. So in proper planning, by the time you begin to see where the gaps are, you are expected to begin to poach people from these different overstaffed areas, build that right capacity for them, even if it's at the basic level, then onboard them into the new role where you want them to get to get the support. Thank you. So is that where we are, sir? Okay. Okay, that's the solution. So that the HR must take the lead in initiating proactive workforce audit with staffing needs, like she said, tied directly to the agency's evolving strategy. This involves analyzing future demand for specific skills, anticipating retirement, succession planning, and restructuring departments to align human capital with the strategic priorities. By the way, the strategy document is not a one-off thing, it's a life document. It keeps changing as the trends are evolving, which is one major mistake some organizations make too. They don't make their strategy document a life document. They get it one off and it's there because they don't think they are changing the vision, changing the mission. But if trends are evolving in the space where you operate, and you need to capture all of that, to drive your business priorities. So let's go to the next slide. Thank you. So all too frequently, training and development within the public sector are treated as routine activities and an annual budget allocation rather than a strategic investment in human capital. Abi? And that's why it's very easy. Any organization is in a need for cash. When you hear they are cutting costs, the first place they go is, and when they even have to train critical roles, they don't think your role is critical. They don't count you as critical roles, but we are very critical. Like I told my CEO one day, I said, sir, I need people to support my office. He said, please, so if you are looking for anybody, don't come and pick people from operations. I said, do you know this, your statement is so voluminous? Those operations people, who is building them? Who brought them for you? Who is keeping them where they are? Who is making sure they are in the organization up until now? Who is building them? The same HR. What I don't have, I cannot give. So if you don't want quality people in your HR, then you're causing trouble for yourself as an organization. And that's the statement we should continuously be making. All right. So this approach often leads to inefficient programs that fail to address real organizational needs. The problem? Am I blocking anybody? Did you say yes? Thank you. So there's a problem. Of course, there are examples and there are key lessons to be taken. So training is seen as a standalone benefit, which is not supposed to be. Detached from core competencies because of the culture of work in the years past. There's that mindset that training is only for welfare. If training is only for welfare, we won't be here today. We have built ourselves in our personal capacity to make sure that you see a better person in yourself and to achieve better. So would you now allude to that assertion that training is just for welfare? Absolutely not. But because we have not been able to quantify the value of training in terms of the return on investment that the organization gives. But if you are able to do that, most of the time, when your training plan comes up, you see that your CEO will support the process. So, and we have said effective capacity building means identifying skill gaps relevant to the need of the organization, either per role, per institution. These are things you can read up, but the lesson is we should ensure that all learning and development programs are designed purposefully for a need. That's the beginning of training. What is the need? Where is the gap? Apart from the gap, what do you want to make better? And in the long run, organizations will save a lot of money if you have to build from the inside. If you go to headhunt and bring, sometimes you can't even pay them. They will not sync with your payroll. And because they can't sync with your payroll, the tendency is for them to still leave. Except where you have maybe a dedicated talent attraction management fund, which is a different thing. So next, am I almost done? Then we talked about performance management. Measure impact. Basically, what you are putting in, what is the impact? The things you're putting in. Someone goes for training. The natural thing is they send a report. My own head of training, I don't take reports, so give me actionable points. I don't take it. Give me what you think can add value to you, and you come and do knowledge sharing. So most times when you collect the reports, what do you need the report? I don't do reports. But from what I have learned, these are the things I think I can do differently. Come to share that experience with people. It's very important. And when you are able to measure performance, you will not just be a productive person or an organization cumulatively. You will make better impact anywhere you are. We have these categories of staff. Some people are totally disengaged with work. They're just frustrated. Then nothing good is happening in that place. They're only coming to end the living. And that kind of a person could get promoted. Then the hard worker who has improved himself or herself probably may not even get the promotion, maybe not given the same opportunity. What that does, because there's no measurement per time, you are able to now hide all those mediocrities, you hide them under and celebrate mediocrity. What do we do to every other person that is working very hard there is that the person will start getting disconnected. That's when you hear slogans like, I beg, monkey they walk, baboon they chop. Measurement, even in our homes, in our private space, measurement is very important. That will tell you if you're doing well or not as a person and as an organization. We talked about talent retention already. When you are able to create that thing that will keep me. It's not our own generation that didn't move on time. When you turned 50 was when you just suddenly woke up and said, hey, what am I doing here? Can't go anywhere. But again, it's good to move to ensure growth, but don't move sporadically. I'm talking to the young ones. In everything, go to the next level as a champion. Yes, it's very important. You see them 2 to 3 years, 2 to 3, 6 months. You may be making the money, but you're not building capacity. That's why you see them, they say, this is the director of this. You won't see one person make it and come and say, no, get down to the work. Becomes a challenge. It's good to move. But please, at level we're moving, move as a champion. It's very important. What did he say? All right, so let's move. Practical strategies for sustainable alignment. This is important. The slides will be made available. Yes, it's will be made available. So we need to look at this and make it like a toolkit. Most times when I speak to this thing, I encourage people to take it like a toolkit. All that we have been saying today, not to have misalignment with strategy of an organization. This is where the things you need to focus on. One of it is the mapping HR policies to your strategy. Let me share an experience. Because most of the time, CEOs are most of the time technical people. They are not administrators. So even when you begin to sell the idea of how to cascade everybody's role to fit into the strategy, they don't understand. You hardly will get that support. It is very important so that people are not working at cross purposes. You're not just carrying your bag, come put on your laptop or your desktop or your computer or whatever, and just sit down the whole day there, move this, please treat, please handle. No. This is where the alignment starts. Starts and ends, actually. You engage leadership very proactively. Mentioned it earlier. Review against your scorecards because you need to measure. It's like report card from secondary school, primary school now. If you pass, it's in the report card. You fail, that is where you see the reflection. They utilize data. Data, we can't overemphasize it. Any decision you need to take and is already in figures, it makes understanding very easy for whoever you're speaking to. So they say the figures pick the language clearly. Then, of course, build the culture of accountability and service. You get it. So let's move. How do you now manage all these challenges alongside that we've been talking about? Pardon me, I'm still using the public sector. But by inference, whatever is here, there's a reflection of it also in the private sector. Because it's still being created by people. It's people. So the bureaucratic bottleneck, which has been a big issue, limited autonomy. In some organizations, the approval level of certain things are at a particular level. Sometimes concentrated up. When they are able to decentralize that power, maybe to the typical line managers, you see effectiveness. The political interference, that one is the biggest issue. The recruitment is done for an organization in the last 3 months. They haven't been able to publish it. Yes. Yes. Because of political interference. Somebody read archaeology. Is coming to a regulatory sector. Recruitment problem. And the person who will take the final decision is his interests. And is holding it down, not minding any other person. Funding constraints. These are things we're very familiar with. It's just to put them in the right context. Then begin to think, how do I now navigate it? Paving the path forward for excellence. And I would like to read this. Transforming the public sector HR from a transactional function into a strategic partner is crucial for building resilience, responsive and high-performing government institutions. By embracing modern evidence-based approaches, public sector HR can become a powerful driver of organizational success, fostering public trust and enhancing service delivery for citizens. How do we do that? We say we should strengthen our HR leadership seat. Like the conversations we had earlier. Get the people who put the pen down on the same page with yourself. Sometimes we have to even lobby. I call it corporate diplomacy. It's very important. It will make you succeed without compromising your standard. It's very important. You advocate for evidence-based strategies. How do you do it? You champion the adoption of HR practices grounded in data and research. And it will mean you utilizing comprehensive analytics to inform your recruitment, your retention, your performance, and of course, your compensation strategies too. Very critical. You align learning and performance with your strategy, which is what we try to do where I work. And you foster HR as a strategic enabler. By doing what? You shift the perception. Sorry, take it back. Thank you. You shift the perception of the HR for support function, like they will always perceive you. To what? To a vital strategic enabler of an institutional performance. Next, please. I think the next one, you can actually read it off. So the heart of the public service and all of that. Take me to conclusion. Yeah, that's my conclusion. Thank you very much. That page before was my conclusion. And I said, take me to my conclusion. Everybody was expecting. So thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Please, let's give her a round of applause. Come on, celebrator. We're wrapping this session up in the next few minutes, but let me just say this very quickly and very respectfully. You know, last year, she contested for elected council member. So somebody now called me neutrally and said, please, you know we need a woman in the governing council. I said, okay. Said, please help me vote for my sister and called her name. I said, stop it. I said, I'm going to vote for her because of who she is and what she has done, not because of her gender. This is not about tokenism. This is what quality. Thank you so much. We'd like to take 2 questions. Fastest fingers. Sir?
Let me take one.
Okay, good. Come forward, both of you, please. Just quickly. They want to ask question online. Please, the first person, please go straight to the point. Don't let your question be inversely proportional to my height.
Okay. Thank you so very much, ma'am, for this exciting presentation. So I would like to ask, how do we build a performance management system? Especially maybe you are coming to a startup company, how do you build a performance management system? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, everything now we say is technology. And you and I know that technology is not cheap. But I always tell people, don't stampede yourself and say because of technology or the costs. Start with something. Create the framework. What are those things that you want to populate your PMS with? Even if it's to be done manually before technology comes up. For a startup of how many people? What business line? How did you get your people in? What are you looking for in the end? Where do you want to go? For instance, you want to be maybe a tech company. We have quite a lot of them here and there. Or a fintech. Let me take it from my own perspective in the financial sector. And it's a company of about maybe 10, 15, 20 people. You're just starting up. What do you want to see? You want to be one of the leading fintech company, right? And you want to measure performance vis-a-vis what you put in. So very importantly, your recruitment process is very important. How do you bring people in? And if you bring these people in and you brought them in at a particular skill level, you know it's not going to be cheap. Our problem majorly is we want to hire people cheap and get great performance. It's a misalignment. It's a misalignment. You must check within the industry where you are playing. What is the going rate? So one, you have to be competitive. So you have to put all those building blocks right. Ab initio. Then you put your expectations through your strategy. By the time you have your expectations, you are not going to start putting things like punctuality, respect. Look for measurable things. You design it. So if you didn't design it, how do you measure? You didn't design it at all. And that's why they will tell you that appraisal or performance management is subjective. It will be subjective because ab initio you didn't put your indices right. So you need to put your indices right. Then you put your standards. And engage. Because if you didn't tell me, Sadatu, I need you to train 300 people in a year. That's a KPI for me. You didn't set the KPIs right. You just say, go and train. You have the mandate to develop capacity. I take it as a blank check. I take it as a blank check. But if you tell me, Sadatu, in this year, 4 quarters, and we have 300 or 400 and something staff, I need you to at least train 90% of these people. If it's 400 and you give me 90% people to train, I'm looking at about 360, thereabouts. By the time I'm in 2nd quarter, and I have not trained 50 people, you know it's a failure already. Can you compare it with when you tell me, Sadatu, your mandate is that go and create capacity? You have left it open-ended. I'll drag my feet and do whatever I want to do. By the time it's December, I come up with my report and say, 50 people were trained, sir. Yes. You didn't give me what you expected. We didn't have that conversation. But I give you an instance, it's happening to me right now. And they say, you must, underline that word, train all staff. All. Both for local, we have categories of those who go for foreign. Train within the category of people who go for foreign is like 73% of the staff. That's huge. And you are telling me I don't even have money. However you do it is your business. It's happening to me. And I tell you, we have trained 205 people on free for foreign training. 205. I started, so that challenged me to start thinking of out of the box. And I mean not virtual, physical, yes. You know, the natural thing with us is you go and pray first. I had to pray, and honestly, God helped me. You know, the Wi-Fi will tell you, look, I know them, they render free trainings, foreign, local, sometimes. But the foreign, most of the time, for 5 countries, Nigeria, Monrovia, Ghana, Gambia, and there are 5 countries anyway. So what did I do? So when I went, first of all, our traditional way of doing the training is that you create a chart. By October, November, your chart is ready. Every staff, from the smallest to the highest person, will go for local. But from a particular category, up to directors and even the executive management will go for foreign, one week. So we sat, we created the chart nicely, we submitted. Of course, in alignment with the budget, the approved budget. And I was comfortable. I went and sat down. The man said, look, madam, we don't have money. And I have to deliver. The CEO, Gogu. So I went and met the head of finance. I said, I'm in trouble. How do I do? What do I do? How am I supposed to achieve this? He said, but there's money. I said, but the owner of the place said there's no money. And I need to achieve this. He said, well, go and still push. Let's see. I started lobbying. It didn't work. So when I saw it was February, I'm in trouble. I went and sat down, called a meeting, said, you know what, everybody begin to look for free training. Every of my team member begin to look for free physical training 1 week, anywhere in the world. We got that again. The man said, sorry, I cannot process visa for people going to America or UK. And I cannot pay that distance. I went back to the drawing board again. What do I do? I wasn't thinking of YFM this time. You know, when you are in a critical situation, you cannot believe what this your brain can do for you. So I became desperate. And one of the days I said, okay, let's check YFM because I know we go for their local trainings. Let's check YFM. Their calendar wasn't out. There was a leverage on your network, please. It's very important. Social capital, 100% saved me this year. So I remember this guy, we attended one training in CMD together. And he had told me, oh, he had moved to YFM. So I called him up. I said, I don't know how you can help me. This is the situation I'm in. He said, but ma, how much can we give you people? It's only 2 we take from every institution. And in fact, not from every institution, like within Nigeria, maybe 2. Central Bank will send. And some other financial institutions. So how am I going to get, even if they say give SEC 2 people, they had 16 programs. Some were localized to some areas, like in Gambia, they have their regional one. So I discounted that. I'm giving this background because you must put the cards there to say, this is what I want to see. Luckily for me, I spoke with one guy on phone till today. I don't know the three of them that have been helping me, but I tell you, YFM alone trained 48 people for me for free. I didn't just sit down. No, what I did, I went back to my table. I started putting costs, assuming, because from the trend, most people now train 1 week for $4,500. So by the time I trained the first 22 people, I put value to it. I said, we have done this for free, but this is what it would have cost us. I started getting America, Canada, Singapore, free. Please, don't come and stress me more. Yes, so that's why we are where we are today. The CEO didn't challenge me. I probably wouldn't even know that I had that capacity. So you need to put the matrices down. Measurable, not open-ended questions. Give me these things and do reviews. You can do it quarterly. We have agreed, have been issued that between January to March, this is what you would achieve. What happened? And you should be able to, then again, let there be consequences. For non-performance, let there be consequences. Because most organizations, every year where there's increment, everybody gets increment. I'm random. You know, my host is already telling me he's tired of my talk. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Ma. I have one question. Thank you for coming from the public sector angle, because most times, most of us, we private sector. So what's from your experience, what of experience, what would be the advice for someone who's coming from private sector to public sector? And I have a mentor earlier who moved from one of the big four. It didn't last only 1 year. He resigned because he felt that the job he was doing was more of approval than doing a child job. So how can you stay professional and still be able to deliver, become relevant like you're doing today? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You see, when you get into... Oh, first. Yes. This is my head. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ma. So please, I'd like you to elaborate on executing policies as a HR person with compassion, okay, and not, yes, exactly, Ma. Thank you.
Okay, so let me finish this too, so it doesn't leak away. So for you coming from the private sector into a public sector, one thing that is very important for you to thrive anyway is understanding the culture of where you are entering. You must understand it. And come with an open mind. Most private sector people sit in that small space and deceive themselves that nothing is happening in the public sector. Come with an open mind, fit into the culture. And you don't, like he said, when he was talking about the HR strategy for startup, for growth stage, for maturity, and for decline stage, you can't focus on the same area. So where you have come into, when you understand their culture, you know the stage where that organization is, it will help you quite a lot on how to approach your HR matters. Does that work? Thank you very much. Then compassion. Compassion is a word that is not ambiguous. It's very clear. I give you a scenario like you must be at work if you are not on leave. All right? And this person comes, probably didn't even call. I'm just giving a typical scenario. Didn't call to say, oh, I'm unable to come to this work today because X, Y, Z. Maybe the person is sick. The first reflex most line managers do is, why is this person not here? Did you call to find out why the person is not here? Some people say give a query because the person has come 2 or 3 times late in a week. It happened to me last year. My HOD said I came 2-3 times in a month late and that they should give me a query. And I said, I can't recall that I was late 3 times. And when they pointed out the dates, one of the dates, 2 of the dates, I took permission from him. I was going to go through hospital to drop off my mom. And the 3rd one, for whatever reason, I didn't even recall that I was late. And I told him, I said, oh, I'm sorry that these days, he said I should go and answer the query. I said, it's fine. I answered, and the query was supposed to come from a junior officer heading that unit to me. So I pointed that abnormality for him first. Ordinarily, some people just go ahead and answer that query. It was abnormal for my junior to give me that query. So if you felt strongly that I should be queried, you should have given me the query. That's number 1. Then number 2, I actually even informed you on 2 occasions, but for the 3rd one, I'm not even aware that I was late. He insisted. He took it further. Yes, with my response, he wrote to his own superior. And the woman called me to say, you are not known for this. And I said, yes, because the man refused to listen. And these are the issues. She said, quash the query. Some people may not have that opportunity. Maybe she called me because I have consistently been on top of my game. But I called his attention to something. How about all the time you said I was late? Did I at any time start reacting to my emails and treating jobs even while I was in the car coming to work? Did you bother to take that into cognizance? If your work closes at 4 or 5, how many of us will close at 4 or 5? Sometimes we are there till 7. Did you give me credit for staying till 7? You never did. That guy refused to treat with compassion. Some people will say that is what the policy says. But when that your direct report did not come to work, did you call? You have that responsibility to look out for that person. So, compassion. Don't stick to the gun all the time. Look at some scenarios. If there are things you can waive, maybe with a superior directive, convince that superior directive to waive it for you. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your line of thoughts. They were very impactful. I have a question, even though you sort of answered it earlier, speaking to training effectiveness. And you said that you don't really want feedback. You just want the person to show you actionable points that the person will start to do in their line of work. So I just want to know what are the real measures of training? You send people on training. I get actionable points, but what else? How can you measure it? Because everybody is talking about data analysis and all of that. So we want to know how exactly can you measure training effectiveness, and maybe to be able then to recommend or to remove that particular training or trainer. Thank you.
So I didn't say I didn't want to fit. We need to speak up. People are on it. You're not making us admire what
So my mom is right? And I witnessed her as a young girl work for nothing. 25 years in the Federal Ministry of Education for nothing, being paid peanuts as salary. So I vowed that I will never work for federal government except the military, because in my head, I don't have a rich uncle. I know my background. I coming out from a very less, So I knew there was nobody to go and beg to give me a job. There's no senator I know or anything. So the military was the only people I felt were fair enough in their recruitment. Because now seeing that you are in the HR field, how fair is the federal ministry recruitment? Because even my dad, who entered federal ministry as an SSC holder, now went to school in his old age, in 50s, graduated GPD, is a lawyer now, like he went to read law back in school, but they've not converted him. So in my head, I'm wondering how fair is the HR sector in the federal ministry?
Okay, thank you. So let me answer the training question. So the training, like I said, it's the report, those voluminous reports without direction that I don't take. When I say give me actionable points, take for instance, we send some people for It's not everybody that is a very good communicator. Some people don't write well. And you have identified this problem. So we send them for maybe writing, communication skills. When you come back, even if you are writing to me, from your report, not that detailed report, the report of the actionable points, I can deduce, not with data now, I can deduce that there's an impact. We've had people who are stage shy. We send them for persuasive speaking courses. And we're beginning to see. So what I do personally is when we have conversation that requires speaking, I pull from those pool. Most times they feel compelled, but by the time you make them do 1, 2, 3 times, they start becoming more confident. And their own line managers are now becoming confident to send them to represent them at events. Have you seen the impact? It may not be in Naira and Kobo. It may not be that 30 people went and 20 people did this. But we keep track through the portal of staff. So when I send you for communication training or persuasive speaking, I will not look for any MC when we have a town hall meeting or pull from your people. So I'm very deliberate about it, right? So you can do that. So because if they keep giving you this report without action points, what are you going to do with it? To be honest, how many can you read? So when you come back, we tell the line managers, please ensure that they take you through learnings. We're just starting something like Launch and Learn. They do it in FRS, we went to copy it. Yes. When it's lunchtime, you have conversation on topical issues. You choose what you think you can speak on. So you start from your small space of maybe your division or your department, and it gets to your directorate level to the extent that you can speak in the hall or represent the commission. Okay? Public sector is the civil service. There's a public and the core civil service. I may not be able to respond specifically to the core civil service because I haven't found myself in that space. But for the typical public sector, especially within the industry where I work, it's structured like a quasi-private.
Yeah.
Because you are regulating the private sector.
Yeah.
So, and for you to function very well, you have to be far and above those people or at par. If I go to if I regulate in the capital market and I go for inspection maybe, and I'm looking not well kept, hungry, desperate, they can't do anything with me. They can give me any offer and I'll begin to compromise the mandate of my organization. So for that singular reason, they tend to remunerate you commensurate with the sector that you regulate. But typically the civil service, I may not be able to speak to why their HR is the way they are.
You can off the mic.
Infer.
You can just off the mic. It's okay.
I can only infer that maybe they pull, I don't know. I'm sorry. Shift that mindset. I'm glad you say you're admiring me to want to work in the public sector. That's not a problem.
Yes.
Yes.
This is the last question for this segment. Please, my client is on the line. No, this man, when I saw his, I just feel maybe close to Jack.
So I'm sorry if I take him, I may have to take the young woman there.
Okay, no problem. Me too.
Thank you. I'll take you.
Sir,
Yes.
sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Take the question.
Excuse me, ma'am. I've not asked for contribution. I suspect you came late. Do you see why you should come at 10 o'clock? I have not asked for contribution. I will take it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I
you,
appreciate
sir.
the refreshing presentation. My concern actually is about your capacity building presentation concerning training. What is your perception and recommendation for adoption of a more expanded learning model, the 70-20-10 learning model that goes beyond just the training and formal learning, which is just 10%. There are other learning, approaches that can be more encompassing, 70-20, stretch assignments, counseling, mentoring, Do you also think this should be something that you want to recommend for young professionals like us?
Excuse me, sir. He's clearly on that 21.
Number one, the other concern that I observed in your presentation has to do with the strategy alignment, HRO strategy alignment. What particular tool will you recommend for that alignment to be really very focused? I'm thinking of the balanced scorecard. Maybe young people might not really understand what it is, but because it takes care of all of those financial and non-financial perspectives of measuring, the performance of an organization. Of four perspectives. I don't want to elaborate. I'm sure you know that. Those are my. Thank you.
So the 70-20-30 on the job is already 70%. As you do your job every day routinely, it's already 70%. And you don't just get into an organization and you are reinventing the wheel. So the level of engagement around that on the job is what will build the real capacity that you want to see. When we joined, sometimes they just drop the file and say, just go and read the file. Reading the file cannot tell me everything. Why am I here? Why are we here talking today? It's not because you can't read all of these subject matters, but because of experience that we're sharing. Because we're speaking it the way it's supposed to be. Like I said, you may read what I do here, I have presented, and you forget. 70% of the chance is that you forget. But the stories we tell, the experiences we share, all that have been said here today, you may not forget up to 70%. So on the job training, there has to be great engagement. Where's the guy that asked the question?
It came from the other side.
Oh, okay.
It's in Niger Delta. This is the north. We have Niger Delta people there.
So that engagement is very important. Then you need to be honest and deliberate around the gaps that you see and you need to address. You don't just begin to give training because you think everybody should get a training. Your training must be purposeful. Sometimes it's not even around gaps. It's around you upscaling. And you upskill that person's capacity. It's you be deliberate that this person, like I spoke to the stage fright and those unable to speak, if you have identified that and you focus, you will actually be able to design the right training for that person. So the need, the gap, the upscaling that is required and the engagement. Thank you very much. Are you okay with that?
So we'll take the concluding comments from. She has a mic, ma.
Okay, and you talked about balanced scorecard.
Yes.
Scorecard alone cannot give you what you want because it's what you impute you are able to evaluate. Are we on the same page? I just spoke to someone now. You didn't give me any KPI. You didn't set it. We didn't have that conversation. What are you measuring? Where's the scorecard going to come from? There's no benchmark. So you need to put that in place as well. Does that help, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, all. Please, I didn't come as late as you said. I was here when Dr.
You are now using the time you don't have.
So, but I need to correct that. So my sister over there, she mentioned that somebody after working went back and studied law. And when he came back, he was not promoted. So converted. So sometimes there are some other issues that back in the days when I was in Nigeria Airways, we had somebody who was already on level 12 who finished law school. He started as a junior staff. So he requested for conversion, but he was already on level 12. The head of legal unit at that time was on level 14. And then her team members were on level 9. And they had been lawyers for a long time, years ahead of that person that was already on level 12 in another department.
Great.
So when he requested to be converted, there were a lot of issues. He ended up staying where he was in marketing because the fact was that he could not go and supervise his seniors in
At
the
bar.
legal protect
Yes.
and
Profession.
profession. So sometimes you
There
may
are some dynamics.
find out some things.
But that's another story for another day. Okay, just quickly, so we know that Institute of Human Biology Nigeria, this is available, of course, for a fee. You want to do a training, you want to do a retreat, please reach out to us. I'm saying us now because I'm part of. Please, you can use this facility for your organization. You can see that. Don't worry, we don't charge in dollars. So that tells you that you can afford us. And it's heavily discounted. So I also like to say that we are coming back next year. We will work out the date that is coming. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Recruitment process. Some special checks on not before them. It's very important. I don't know verification. Well, I'm going to mention the military about the person is here. Performance in the organization. And not thank you, and this is the one was
Okay. Any questions or comments? Okay, sorry. I'm sorry, two quick questions here on this contribution. My sister, I've been listening like since 30 years ago. So
What's general purpose? I'm a police servant, and I want. And I'll tell you that is describing public service, and it has played a very vital role for us as a member. It has helped me to build my capacity. There's been more opportunities. There's plenty more classes that I didn't know. I really like pick, but it is a club basketball in Iowa, and making the first dedicated time to the United States basketball. That's something about it. And but I don't know how. And I because I saw that actually could have been something more. And it kept me still when I was studying. I know about places. Now, I'm not a person now, and I know how to just keep your calm. Is the patient, a lot of patience. And I keep telling you, questioning, because I could travel to places I just imagined. I read in books, I saw in videos and what have you. And it's a public service that gave me the opportunity. So there's nothing to be ashamed of in that public service. It's time to have this integrity, knowledge, your strength, your capacity. And that's strategic in the sense that opportunity can come, like a further. But that was explained. I'm talking about experience. I've learned HR various responsibilities. Some down I was very staff. That was the junior staff. Junior staff, supply staff, but just number of personal players. I travel overseas. The first master course around was start retail in London. And Simon said, you have to call about actually other plans. So I came back, there's something I was from before the lecture was also new. And I was not telling you. So I learned a few things. So because of that, actually was like short and important problem for the judiciary because it was like that. International, production, opportunities that exist and all of that. And they're going to problem solve it. You need to find it yourself. So when you come to service now, to help them and put them into the process. So what the process of the is guiding them, but then you have to them, and you can also take the systems and the high capacity. If you go back to now, I have to be sure to now. So I want to some
Then the second one was. So I'm going to okay, but accept it. So I started. Salary. And the most of that, and since the right time, so this one, the person is, please, let's not salaries. And for you too, you can be drinking because of the salary. Because you are not a student. After that,
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vivian, and I want to speak on the background checks as he rightly spoke on, and the other member. Okay, so I work in the financial sector, capital markets, and I have been trying to transition into the HR field. I actually graduated with a BSc in human resource. I have my MBA, and I am a chartered personnel. But then I currently work in branch operations. And the only reason I've not been able to transition into the HR field within my organization is because I'm in the branch and not the head office. And we're very few with limited units in the branch office. So I've been trying to move out of the organization since I can't move into the HR unit. But I've also noticed that if I apply for jobs, companies that put out their vacancies, if I send out my application, they tend to look at the job title. So if I have branch of options, because I have worked in HR, I have all the necessary academic qualifications, all taken, compared to somebody who has worked in the HR unit, let's say for 2-3 years, doesn't have to what I have. So it's sort of like a challenge, especially when it comes to background checks, because I don't want to say I don't want to like check my job title to find resource when I haven't actually done that. That's a lot of things people do, and I've been advised a lot of times to just check my job title. I'm also scared of the how background checks. If they go to my phone and discover that, okay, I wasn't really working in the HR units, but in the branch operations. So what's the question? What to do in this case?
Okay. You do is that an example. Okay. The other. Speaking about context. Yeah. So context, because if you get the context, I won't say too much. But if you get the context, you will understand what I'm not saying. You see, there are bills that get passed quickly. There are bills that pay the government. You mentioned some. There is obvious immediate dividends to the government. Labor law. You pass it, you don't pass it. What does the government have to lose if you don't get it? But let me also let you know that not only is CIPM, because I was in CIPM direct council, emphasis on direct council for 3 years. And I was there for 3 years across a 5-year period. In other words, I wasn't there back to back. You understand? So there was time I was out, I was in. And because once you're at a certain level, like I am, like he is, you permanently be there because you're a stakeholder. You understand what I mean? Especially when you are now, by the grace of God, an industry leader. You understand what I mean? And you have convening power. That's why I summoned them and they showed for free. And you to hire for free. And you got the venue for free. There's another body that is called NECA. NECA is Nigerian Employers Consultative Association. Even they are interested. NECA is the employer. CIPM is the HR managing the employee. CIPM is a member of NECA. NECA is a member of CIPM. You may not understand what I mean. So CIPM subscribe to NECA, they pay. NECA to subscribe. Do you see that kind of relationship? I'm trying to show you that we are fighting this battle. But if I say all of you contribute, let's go and appreciate senators. Will you? I won't say more than that. Let's go to the next 2 sets of questions.
Thank you. Good morning or afternoon. Okay, my voice is not loud. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir, and thank you for having this gathering. Okay, my first question is the
First question at the other side. You will come here. I can't see you. They don't have let them not say I'm not present. And these are the people that came on time. Have evidence. Go ahead.
Okay, as a young professional in a space where policy is trumped over compassion, over empathy, how do you get to showcase, how do you get to bring forth empathy without without oppressing or without not oppressing, but without suppressing the policies? And how do you ensure that empathy becomes a thing within the organization? That's my first question. My second question is, in my current organization, we are about to start criminal background checks for employees, which is clearly stated in our recruitment process, but it's been difficult attaining it because of the structure of the Nigeria criminal system, of the Nigeria justice system. So are there guidelines to follow?
Doing it as an organization,
Yes.
they are outsourcing it to
We're doing it as an organization, we're not outsourcing.
are you serious at all?
Okay, that's why I am
You don't have to answer. It's a rhetorical question.
asking, are there guidelines?
Okay,
If
no.
sourcing is the way to go, then
No.
it's something I need
For
to.
that second question, you will see in person. Let's take it out of here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Moni Jesu.
Moni Jesu.
Yes.
Okay. If you need Jesus, you know where to go. Go ahead.
All right. So my question is directed towards training development, human capital development. And it might also sound like a call for connection. So basically, down my career, I've been in FMCG and co, and training usually all these cheap courses online and everything. So now I'm in a tech firm that are willing to invest in trainings for their staffs, and I'm limited to them. So that's why I said this might come as a call for connection as well. So I need advice on where I can get these courses, both free and paid for, that it will help me actually be able to represent very well. Thank you.
You need the courses for yourself or for the
For the company.
for the company.
Yes, staff developments, something like that.
Okay. Can give her the
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
good afternoon.
Yeah, so my only question was, it's supposed to be directed to the very first speaker that we had, right? Because he talked about technology and AI, and it's a conversation that we started to.
You mean the director of finance?
Yes.
I hope you are aware.
To.
I hope you are aware that he has moved on.
Yes, but that's fine. I'm also happy to get your opinion and other people's opinions as well.
Okay.
It's a conversation that we started to have internally in my organization, right? So we know we're familiar with DeepSeek, to automate. We already use it in our recruitment process, but I'm curious to know what other aspects are HR professionals here using AI, and also how can we drive that knowledge, because we want to build employees for the future, right?
So let me hold you there.
Okay.
So we have a session. The last session for today is on IT. So, and the facilitator has had your question already. All right. So the person that asked the question has disappeared. So that means the question has also gone, right? Okay. So your question, I'm going to be slightly blunt here. I'm actually blunt for those of you who know me. And so let me also say this. I apologize. But one thing I've come to realize that if I am not blunt, we won't be doing what we are doing today. Nigeria, if you are nice, you won't get results. So if you've ever engaged with me and I wasn't very nice, please don't be upset. Please. If you were in my situation, you'll be nastier than me. I'll give you an example. Today, we are here till when? That's if you leave for, will I leave for? Do you know we still have a webinar tonight at 7? Those of you on HR mentorship, it's still there. The normal person will have done what? Cancelled down, but I don't. And I'll be there. So I live back to back like that. I just wanted to push that out in case somebody has said this guy is not very nice. Look, there's a saying that if you really want to be nice, go and be selling ice cream. You see, HR is not first and foremost about compassion. But I agree compassion is part of the way. That's why I intentionally provided that context. And I'm tempted because of where you are seated to ask you if you listen and if you are here. The business is first about the business. You see, the place where really compassion comes first is maybe two places. One, the hospital. Two, the religious organizations. Now, if you stay long in the religious organization, they will move you when you are a member. It's okay. We'll be hugging you. Later, they will tell you are now a disciple. When you become a disciple, they will be less nice to you. You get? You see, growing up, we are very nice to toddlers and will be becoming less nice, especially when they become teenagers. Why? You need to win people. So it's part of attaining maturity. See, I don't want us to be like our main job is you are hyping empathy, you are hyping, except you can show me how that empathy will increase our revenue, reduce our costs, and we can show it. So if we don't have an adequate dose of empathy, what will happen is the organization will become toxic. When the organization becomes toxic, 2 or 3 things will happen. One, a toxic organization cannot create an enabling environment for innovation and creativity. You get? 2, a toxic innovation will leave you with employees who are there and marking time. They are there because something else has not showed up. And then a toxic organization now creates a situation where people will actively be exiting. So if you cannot make a case for that, you now need to say, what are the drivers? Because sometimes I don't just want to assume that everybody wants to be nasty. So what is it? What are the pressure points? So you may need to check your organizational value chain. Is it that some people are overworked? Maybe the workload is excessive? Or is it that sometimes our SLA, where we stipulate our turnaround time, is not fair? Sometimes you tell people to do something in 2 days, when really is a 4-day work. Now, I know occasionally those kind of assignments can come, but when that is the norm, or maybe you want to look at the span of control. Somebody is managing 18 people. 18 people. Depending on his capacity, at some point, what will happen to that guy? He will be cranky. So that's why my final thoughts on your thing is to train your leadership team and then to train everybody, because there are 2 sides to this compassion. We talk about bullying a lot. Do you know that I've seen multiple times where we have reverse bullying? Do you know what they call reverse bullying? It's the subordinate that is bullying the boss. I've seen it multiple times, and the boss cannot escalate, because if he escalates, they will make fun of him. It's like if you've met a woman that bullies her husband, the man typically cannot talk because he can't win the argument. You get it? So you need to train people. And some of the trainings we include in no particular order, apart from 1, emotional intelligence, self-regulation, empathy, social awareness, those kind of things. 2, you also need to do trainings around personality profile. There are different schools of thoughts. You have the MBTI, you have the DISC methodology. You need to train people around personalities so that people know. Then 3, you also need to train people around managing the different generations at the workplace. So you have baby boomers, Gen Z, and so on and so forth. Now, you now need to train them on how to combine all this uniqueness, because a Gen Z choleric is not the same thing as a baby boomer choleric. You get. So that when you have this 360 training for everybody, we will all be able to tolerate each other better. We'll also be able to make slight adjustments. But you also now need people to know the hierarchy is hierarchy. I pray your line manager is nice. If it's not, just remain professional. You understand, for your own peace. I've come to see scenarios in reality that people may initially be very tough to you, but if over time, consistently you are delivering value, then one day they will realize that if you go, they will be the loser. You will now see differentiation. They will be nasty to 4 people and nice to 2 people. People will now be saying, what are you doing? Because you are solving that person's work-related and organizational problem. So that is just what I like to say.
The notion of background checks.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so the challenge is lots of employers are not willing to commit money to that activity. They feel it's expensive, they feel it's unnecessary. If the person has performed at the previous organization, the person should perform in mine. Something that I've done over time that has helped me and has only cost me airtime is calling the previous organization. I don't call the numbers that they put on their resume. Those are their family members and best friends. I go to the website of the last organization, pick a random number there and give them a call. That has saved me from employing frauds, employing thieves, employing supposedly high performers, but conflict-prone individuals. Because the person I'm speaking to has no affiliation or loyalty to the person I'm trying to employ. I just trust that I'm able to get an objective and unbiased opinion. So that doesn't spend money from the coffers of my organization, but just with a little bit of extra stress and airtime, I'm able to have some information that I ordinarily wouldn't have gotten. So maybe some of us can adopt that, pending when your boss approves background check money.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you. No, you can clap better. Can clap better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What you just said, I'm thinking of something, probably you can give answer to it. When you talk about that this particular process is not biased, sometimes it can even be no bias. Because when a random number, see my organization, and not because you're not good, but because you don't like the environment, you are not thriving there. So when you take a number and make decision out of that, that can become more problematic.
Please, can you please put your hands together? No, it's not a debate.
No. I'm trying to clarify. No, I'm trying to clarify that when you go to a website, it's not any employee's number that is on a website. It's administration.
Your point is noted.
So
you see, ladies and gentlemen, on a final note, so we have a break because break is now officially over. We must come to a realization that 2 truths can coexist. And one truth does not invalidate the other truths. And which one is going to know which part of the truth to apply based on context. Now, I have a question for you. Where is your neighbor? Your neighbor should be seated right now. The people who went to pray about, God has answered our prayer. Please, where is your neighbor? Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, let's just stand up. I want us to stretch. Some of you refuse to stand up. Yeah, stand up, stand up. Stand up. They are not moving out to just stand up, just stand up. Oh, yeah, stretch. Who look to go to the gym? Who can do small, like 2 minutes stretch for us? Anybody? Those of you going to gym, see, popular gym there in Lagos, we have high fitness. Oh, yeah, stretch your hands, stretch your hands. Stretch. Your leg too, just let blood flow. Stand on your toe, stand on your toe, stand on your toe, stand on your toe. Go. Turn out on your badge. Yes. Okay, we can sit down. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be moving to the next session. And the title of that session is Contemporary HR Matters. We know we have just a day, and we are looking for a way to cover everything in one day. So, in my opinion, the most difficult topic is what we are giving to Madam Fatima, because we told her that go and find out from all over the world what we need to know to take our career to the next level. Please pay attention as I read our robust profile. Again, thank you for coming. and a privilege meeting you. Fatima Mohammed, MCIPM is, now, member, Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, Senior Professional Human Resource International, member, Institute of Training and Development, and then Learning Development Practitioner. I got that right. I'm a member of the same LDNI, yes, professional. So Fatima is the CEO. Don't say yes. Don't say yes. It's disturbing you when I'm talking to you. Don't say yes. And don't give him your number. Yes. Fatima is the CEO at Elevate HR Consult Limited with over 20 years of extensive experience in both the private and public sector. We're very intentional with the faculty we brought today. She's a seasoned HR executive specializing in organizational design. That's one area of HR many people are not aware of or competent in. All right. Organizational design and development, talent management, and learning and development. Fatima's robust background includes significant tenures in the banking industry, having held key roles in various commercial banks, as well as Central Bank of Nigeria. Academic credentials include a master's degree in human resource management and training from the University of Leicester, United Kingdom, a postgraduate diploma in management, and a bachelor's degree in English language from Bayero University, Kano, aka BUK. In addition to academic qualifications, ladies and gentlemen, Fatima is a certified senior professional in human resource from the HRCI, US, a member of the Society for Human Resource Management, US, full member of CIPM, a member of Institute of Training and Development, and then let me see what I can go to. She's also certified in the Advanced Cultural Transformation Program by Ofsted Insights, Finland. So if you've heard about different type of culture, anybody aware of the culture? We can mention any. Culture. For example, femininity, masculinity, anyone. There are like 6 or 7. You people don't have our culture. Yeah. Committed to professional excellence and corporate leadership, Fatima also actively engaged in mentoring programs, one of the reasons why she's here. Okay, underscoring her dedication to the continuous development and empowerment of individuals within the corporate sphere. Please, with love and affection, let's receive Fatima Mohammed. Keep clapping. We are very privileged and we feel honored to have her.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. You read that very well. Sometimes you begin to wonder, who are they actually talking about? Really, because you've gathered this over the years. So I've done all this, I haven't done this yet. I need to do this, I need to do more. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I was a bit worried about this afternoon session. I'm like, okay, people have gone for lunch. People are already tired. Thank God we've taken our leg stretches, bio breaks and all that. So we're going to be doing a little bit of fun things. It's not a serious matter. HR, contemporary HR practices, everybody here. If we're all HR practitioners, we know that. So we're going to start. Shaping the future of work. HR contemporary practices help us do that. Okay, let's start, please. Right, so we're going to discover how trending, if we may use less formal words, trending things, aspects that are trending in HR, how they shape our future of work. There's an echo, please, if you could address that. Okay, so how HR moved from traditional, transactional, administrative HR to strategic HR. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. This is just a brief introduction. Adam Grant. How many of us know Adam Grant here? Okay, only Hajia here knows Adam Grant. I hope it's not a generational thing. Okay, we'll address that in upcoming. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. It's a long one, but there's a reason why it's here now in this session and in particularly in this topic. In hard times, urging people to stay positive does not boost their resilience. It denies their reality. People in pain don't need good vibes only. They need a hand to stay steady through all the vibrations. Strength doesn't come from forced smiles. It comes from feeling supported. Can we relate? Do we agree? Who doesn't agree? That's the question. I want to see that hand up. Then we get into that conversation now. Nobody. Online, anybody raising their hand that they don't agree? I honestly doubt it. This is one of our major functions as HR. Don't go around forcing them to smile, telling them, I remember one situation, management of one organization came down and said, so please go back after all the story, all the talk, so please go back and be productive. Is that how it works? Please go back to being productive. Please go back to your desks and start working. That's not how it works. That's not what they want to hear. They want this, feeling supported. We want to feel that support. How do we support staff is what we're going to be looking at today. Okay, before we start, we're in contemporary times. Hope I'm not blocking anybody. Contemporary times require contemporary HR practices. Contemporary HR practices will bring about contemporary HR issues. Contemporary HR issues will need contemporary HR measures. Do we agree? Simple. That's a summary of what we're going to be talking about, basically. All right. Next slide, please. Okay, so please be careful. Don't reveal the answers. Yes, until we get the answer from... They're very simple. We know all these things. I want to believe. Which of these is not considered a contemporary HR practice? Next. Okay. All right, let's go on. Let's see. B, right? Or is it C? B. Okay, online people. Trust the online people. Quick to type. All right, reveal the answer. What's that game show that they say reveal the answer? Exactly. So please reveal the answer. Typewriting classes. Good. Next. Other names for HR in modern organizations. So don't reveal. We're going to hear from the audience because there's no one answer to it. So anybody? See how not everybody's talking. Okay, let me just have 4 people. 4 people if we have up to 4. 1. Okay. Yes, tell us. Talent managers, good. Human capital managers, people and culture, people operations. You keep going, there's on and on. So it's not just HR, it's not just human resource management. Please, people and culture, yeah, good. Online, thank you for that. Okay, please reveal what we have, people and culture. Employee experience, it goes as far as that. Workforce strategy. Yes, so it's no longer HR, we're strategizing, as Haji has told us. People success, yes. Okay, all right, I guess that's all we have here. We heard more from that. Gone are those days when HR was seen to be the wolf in sheep's clothing. How many of us saw that viral post about HR? We're dressing up, getting ready in the morning to go to work. Yes, that's how they see us in reality. Yes, it's a black wolf, but then it's now wearing its sheep's clothing. That's not how it is. In modern times, like I said, HR contemporary practice, HR is a people person. It's a people manager, employee experience. What kind of experience are they giving you? Hajia mentioned it earlier. HR is synonymous, AKA wicked people. AKA God will catch you in heaven. Yes, when promotion, yes. We had somebody, HR, God will catch you. Yes, HR. When you're walking and you're getting into the elevator, everybody's talking and laughing. Once you step in, they're quiet. If you're not lucky, they're saying HR, quiet. HR will hear you, HR will hear you. To go to the HR floor, it's a problem. Nobody wants to come to HR. That's not what HR is in these days, globally, modern times. Thank you. Which HR technology is widely used to predict employee turnover? Options, please. Punch cards. I think it's punch cards. Which one? What's your answer? Final answer? Punch cards. Fax machine. Okay. I think you've just won 1 million naira. Thank you. Predictive analytics. Yes. Thank you. Next. What is the modern term for annual performance reviews replaced by continuous check-ins? Does anybody know this before the options? Oh no, that were a bit too late. Okay, monthly scolding. That's it. Yes, no, that's what happens. Correct. So gradually we're getting to that 1 million naira. I think we're still in 100 naira. You know how they do 100 pounds? Okay, reveal the answer, please. Agile feedback. Correct. Next. Which of these is an example of employee well-being initiatives? Options. Free snacks. I love free snacks. I think that's it now. I care about my staff. I give you free snacks. You've come. I give you free snacks. I care about my employees. Your well-being. Yeah, exactly. So what's our answer there? B. Thank you. Reveal the answer. Correct. The shift to remote and hybrid work accelerated most during which global event? Before answer. Let's go. Olympic Games or World Cup. Correct. Okay. Next. Which modern HR trend focuses on making learning bite-sized and flexible? No options yet. Don't reveal the options. Anybody? Learning and development, LMS, learning management systems. Any other one? I think we're dropping. Final answer? Knowledge, final answer? Oh, sorry, you dropped back to 50 naira. Reveal the options. Aha, we're getting there, back to our 1 million. Thank you. Reveal the answer. Micro learning, correct. Next, we're almost there. We have 2 more. Which HR role has become more important with the rise of AI and automation? Don't reveal the options yet. Business partner. At least we're getting there. Any other one? Options, reveal options. Okay, computer, reveal the options. Yes. So AI has taken over all the other things, right? Automation takes over our payroll and everything. So we have more time to focus on our employees. Thank you. Next, 9. In HR analytics, the practice of using data to forecast future trends is called... I thought we would just scream it out loud. Predictive, thank you. Options and then answer. Guesswork. I think it's guesswork now. HR, we rely on our intuition and say this person will not do well in finance. From what she's wearing, it looks like, this person looks like a techie person because he has, all the due respect to everybody. No, that's not how it works, really. We do. Last but not the least, what's a key benefit of DE&I initiative in the workplace? Just reveal the options. Yes. We dress more the same now when we're all included, when we're not diverse anymore. Isn't that the answer? We are all supposed to be the same in the organization, right? Think the same, dress the same, walk the same, act the same. Thank you, we're not robots. That's it, but that's what, HR before was like that. Yeah, you have to adhere to certain, strict rules. Reveal the answer. So, better innovation and teamwork. Last but not the least, which is not on the slide, this is just my addition now, right? And then we'll hear from you. So, contemporary HR issues. So I'm an HR manager, I'm sitting on a panel, I want to hire staff, and then I see someone walks in. With all due respect to, people, no offense intended, but it's contemporary, that's what we're facing these days, right? It's not a bad thing, it's not negative. That's a caveat and a disclaimer. So I see someone coming for that interview dressed in casual clothes, jeans, be it trousers or whatever, you know, the baggy Gen Zs, do we have you people here? You know how you wear it. Very big, massive. I have them. My kids are Gen Z, so we all wear it and then we walk. And then you see the dreadlocks or the big hair that they, you know, keep and all that. And he's carrying a backpack with no suit, no tie and everything. Would you or would you not employ? So I will employ one person. I will employ. One person will tell us why, and I wouldn't employ one person. So I would employ, let me have one person. I would employ, okay, one person here. I will not engage, not even employ. I wouldn't, categorically. Anybody here, I wouldn't, so that we know. Will you all employ, will you all engage the person? You wouldn't? Do you want to share with us why? So let's start, okay, let's start with I will first. Yeah, tell us. Okay.
So I think for me, it depends on the.
Please, one class. Let's listen. Let's listen.
Okay, man. So I think it depends on the role. For me, I will employ, depends on what role the person or what the role is, because it's all about what the person has to offer. Like Hadia said, is knowledge, skill, and attitude for the job.
Contemporary, thank you. So I will not employ. Did you want to say something? You would engage, right? And go further. Okay, so we agree. So I wouldn't. Let's hear from you, please. Can you give her the mic?
Okay, sorry, ma.
You would engage. I wouldn't. I think it's coming from the back. Okay, the back or there. People that would not.
Hello, ma.
Okay, maybe he or she should unmute and speak if they are permitted.
Sorry, I have the mic. Sorry.
Okay, all right.
So it depends on the role I will employ for. There's some role that the way you look really matters.
Like?
There's some administrative role.
Okay.
There's some organization that your presentation will determine the way you engage your guests and determine if your guests will speak with you. There's some role that will put you there, like an IT firm that is very geek-like and you will not really attend to outside guests. I'll put you there and yes, I'll employ. So it depends on the role I'm employing for.
So you would employ?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I would not employ. That's the one I want here. Okay, please give him the mic. Let's.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing this out. Personally, if you put me in, that's my life, that's what I do too. So the reality is this. Skills. That's a place for culture fit. Now, I'm hiring for a bank, for instance. There's no dress code for Gen Z in the bank. There's a dress code for an organization. If I'm hiring, you're coming to interview in a bank. From the onset, you have made up your mind you don't want to work in a bank. If you want to work in a bank, dress like a banker.
Yes.
If you want to work as an engineer, dress like an engineer.
Right.
So there's a place for you. The dressing matters whether you're ready to work here.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
So I've heard what I wanted to hear. Thank you very much, both. Okay, we'll take the last one. Apology, so that we would go. Online person, are they able to unmute and speak so when they're not marginalized? Okay, so I will not employ the person that wanted to speak, please.
Okay, yes, so I'm following the same line. It's not I will not employ, it depends on the role and the sector.
Okay.
Depends on the sector. I have someone, okay, she stepped out. Education. The educational sector causes lots of arguments among HR professionals. But the honest truth is, the children look at every adult as a role model. So your dressing, the number of piercings you have, the tattoos you have, no, argue about it, there's not a big deal. But you model for those kids.
Okay.
So personally, the person might be able to teach calculus to a frog. But if you cannot comply in a way that models positively for the children, sorry, I cannot employ you.
Okay, thank you. We'll get there. So the last one, so we need to start. Please, I'd like to know what time I would stop so that I don't overshoot the time. I'm very time conscious, remember. What time? Okay, write it, please. Thank you, Haja.
We operate in a culturally bound environment. So culture is one of our major, we have the upside for our culture,
and we have the limitations because of our culture as well. So I share an experience with you. Someone went for an interview, a doctor, and she had a culotte, she had a backpack, her hair was colored, she had a pierce on her tragus, she had a nose piercing, and she came in. I actually was the one that recommended the girl. But I didn't know that was how she was going to go. I should have coached her. True. She lost that job, but they didn't give her. I went back to those people pleading and said she's very brilliant. She studied in so and so. No, she doesn't fit into our culture. So, like you said, sir, it is dependent on yourself, on the role, the context, and the culture of where the person is coming to work. For SEC, Central Bank, FIRS, NDIC, within the financial sector, there's a dress code. And it's because of where you are regulating. If I'm regulating, if she's a regulator of the bank, and she goes into the bank space, and she comes in a ragged manner, you could fit in. You could. But if I go to those conservative stockbrokers, and I come in a very ragged manner, they may not give me audience. So it depends on the sector. And don't forget our culture as well. Somebody is coming to your office, his hair is this big. There was a young chap, give him IT. And the father came with him and said, please, and I said, I told the father, I said the hair is the problem. He had, all his 5 fingers were long. You know, and had his trousers sagged. But he read IT. I said, take him to NICHDA. Because they won't take him in SEC. That's the truth. And the dad asked him, cutting this your hair, would it be too much of a ask? He said, yes. He said he's sorry, he can't cut his hair. Yes. And he lost the opportunity. So culture is our problem.
Thank you very much, Hajia. She has given us a practical. Thank you. I must apologize. We must carry on. We've gotten insights, including. Okay. I hold the mic. Thank you. We've gotten insights, including practical experiences. However, don't forget one thing: engage before making an opinion. What we have just taken is that step towards I will not employ because this person is like this. Engage. The person may either be willing to change, to cut the hair. The person may be willing, and that's what this is all about, right? Contemporary HR practices, contemporary. Let's not stick to our own ways of doing things. We didn't say employ, not necessarily employ, engage first. Don't forget to engage. I may not have suits. I may never have worked in banks. I may just have my normal clothes, and I come for your interview, and because of that bias, stereotype, I'm already cut off. I may be the best fit for that. You didn't give me an opportunity. If you engage, you may find that I'll tell you I'm not willing to, I'm sorry, like she said, then you chuck me out. But if I am willing, no problem. It's not a problem to me. I can buy suits as long as you pay me well. I'll buy the suits. That's fine. Then I will. So please remember to engage. Thank you. Can we proceed, please? Apologies for those that could not speak. We'll speak in further. This is how we intend to run. Now we're going to be looking at the evolution of HR, how we moved from administrative, like I mentioned, to being a strategic partner. Someone mentioned business partnering. Digital transformation in HR, very, very key and important. Prioritizing employee well-being and mental health. Mental health. How many of us have heard that? It has, exactly. Thank you. It's just like seeing Nestle water everywhere. Nestle water. So anything you say is my mental health. So we're going to be talking about it. Dee and I, we've already spoken partly about that. Remote and hybrid work models, right? The new normal. Making decisions, not by intuition, but by data. We're going to look at Nigeria. It's always good to relate. We're talking global best practices, but we need to talk about best fit. Which one is going to be suitable for us? Of course, there would be challenges, and then we'll look at the future. Next slide, please. All right, so we remember we've spoken about HR before, right? We've spoken about that, how it was personnel, right? We used to talk about paperwork. We used to talk about leave administration. We used to talk about tea serving, refreshments during meetings. When HR comes in, HR comes in with an invisible cane or a ruler and everybody sits up, oh, HR is here. When you were director of personnel in those days, you were the alpha and omega in the organization. It's not like that anymore. HR managers, directors, supervisors, anything you are, should be able to come down to people's levels. It doesn't bring you down. It doesn't make you less of who you are. Yes, it actually elevates you. If I may use that's elevate HR, yeah? It elevates you, really. People look at you like, oh, this person that I see as up there is actually human. And we're dealing with humans. We're not dealing with robots, right? So you need to be able to connect. You need to be able to relate, right? So we need to be strategic in relating as well. Now, we've leveraged technology. Technology is advancing. Would we be left behind as HR because all we know how to do is policy, right? I want to go and leave my, okay, the HR policy says you need to do this, you need to, HR policy says, are we not the that made the policies, right? There are times when we need to look at it on a case-by-case basis or even adjust or amend the policies. Okay, so HR functions also have changed. Decision-making has changed. It is now very much employee-centric. How many of you agree? I hope we're all not practicing that type of HR that I've been talking about. I'm not hearing, no, this answer is not confident. You are, some of you are. A mixture of it, right? So when are we going to leave that or that aspect that we don't like? When? This is not a recent, this contemporary HR issues didn't just start today or last year. It's been on. When are we going to move away? If you keep mixing that, you need to pull yourself away from that. It talks about employee experience, right? Not just customer experience, the out-facing, people inside. Do you wonder why some people are very mean and aggressive to their customers? Because they are not happy where they are. So you need to start. Charity begins at home, right? In the organization, if your employees are not happy, your customers or clients will never be happy. That's just the truth. It's a fact. Also, yes, all HR practices, because if it's contemporary, there would be consequences, definitely. There must be continuous feedback and recognition in today's HR. So it's not just performance management, like, okay, we've done appraisal, because it seems performance management is just appraisal. That's all we know. At the end of the year, yes, we just do appraisal. Most times there's even no feedback. Yes, that's how it is. If its feedback is negative, you haven't done well, you're getting this, you're getting that, you're not getting bonus, you're not getting this, you're not getting that. How about before that time? I've seen that you need improvement, right? There's a skill gap. You don't even have to say it in those words. I think you need improvement in this. You're doing very well in these areas. Remember, commend, recommend, and commend. So you start with that. It's all part of feedback in contemporary HR practices. Recognition, very key to people. Sometimes we feel that, oh, is it not, you signed up for it. It's your job. You should do it. What recognition do you need? So it doesn't have to be a huge thing. It doesn't have to be monetary. It could just be, sorry? Exactly. And then you'd be surprised at how much more that person would do just because of that email. Simple. It's just like when you patronize some services, they give you a thank you note. Most times you just chuck it in, but then it's, oh, this person actually appreciates that I'm patronizing their services. So that's how employees are as well. Career development. Personalized career development paths. Hajia mentioned it. She said she had to find her own way by herself. In today's HR, you should not do that to your employees because you're not being fair to them. Help them out. Don't just allow them to. We all did that. I also did that too. Really, just find your path by your way. So it shouldn't really be so. Digital transformation in HR. These are we all subscribe to this, I hope, right? Cloud-based HR systems. AI-powered recruitment. How many of us utilize this? Or we still go through CVs and say, okay, no, the red biro is on this particular CV. Unfortunately, these are the people. We're talking from experience. Where there's no red biro or green biro or purple or orange biro, that person doesn't get employed, unfortunately. So we should move beyond that and, try to get people that are best fit. Mobile first communications, platforms, of course, for a diverse and dispersed workforce. Okay, we'll get to dispersed workforce. Next slide, please, and know why we need multiple platforms. Employee well-being and mental health. For me, this is the crux of the matter. This is the foundation. This is the roots of the tree. If I'm not mentally healthy, would it show on my face? Not everybody. Not all the time. Yes, not all the time. Yes, there are people that you can't see their emotions. Do you agree? There are people that you can't see and there are people that mask their emotions. Two different things. So don't assume because I keep going and coming to work every single morning and I'm smiling and I'm turning out deliverables that I am okay. Find out, check in, right? That's what this is saying. Provide holistic support. So it's not just when you're sick, you use, what do you call them, HMOs and all that, and you go, and before you use the HMO as you're at the desk, it takes you 2 hours before they get clearance and all that. We need to simplify that for our employees. They go through a lot. It's a whole lot of stress. EAPs these days, by the way, just to mention that this is not a comprehensive or an exhaustive list or insight into contemporary HR practices. There are a lot more. But of course, given our time and what we're here for, we cannot discuss all of them. We can't even discuss, even if you had 5 days, we would be talking and talking about. There are a lot. EAPs, right? Many, you name them. But we have just highlighted some here. Try to pick out those that we can relate with and the very important ones, but it's not exhaustive. Just to mention that flexible work and wellness. Your work should be flexible. What you're after is your deliverable, your timeline. Don't be too rigid. Sometimes the staff themselves, the employees, drive us, to the point of we're trying to be very rigid. I will not take this from this staff. You've been taking this flexibility for granted. Don't allow that. How you will not allow that is by setting the ground rules from the beginning and being clear from the beginning from that performance management review. Remember, it's not just appraisals. You have the discussions first, right? Then you have the ratings and then you have the reward and record. The performance management cycle is about 4 or 5, depending on which one you're looking at. Let it be flexible. This is what I want. How you're going to do it is up to you, except if it's things like, I don't know about medical sciences, maybe they would tell us, right? Maybe there's a particular way, if you don't do this surgery this way, the patient is going to die. But if it's just to turn out a report, suppose shoot the kind of letter, the color of the paper, no, you've set your rules. Font size 12, use this font, use that, and then just let the person know. If the deadline is 12 noon, and I see you by 11:45, you're not doing anything, I would not bother myself. When that 12 noon comes, that's when I'll bother myself, right? Because that's the timeline. So don't micromanage, be flexible. Wellness programs to promote work-life balance. I have to mention this before I go. I think the director has left, but there's still a representative of this facility. I was very impressed when I walked in here. First of all, the staff at the entrance were very receptive. I was already guarding myself. Yes, kudos to you. You know how when you walk into a new place, you're just like, oh, these rude people, let me just say good morning. They were very receptive. They showed me the facility was clean. Right? So any employee working here would not be scared in the morning to come and pack sanitizers, toilet seat covers, all what have you in a bag before they come here because it's being looked after. As I was walking, I saw signs of a gym, a creche, and a supermarket. Yes, I was actually, I haven't seen this before within. Yes, there's a gym, there's a creche. So if you're a nursing mother, you're not going to be worried about you're taking your child early in the morning. We relate to these things now, we can. It's a very major issue. So the total package of your employee matters. If I'm a nursing mother and I have all these things, it affects my well-being and my mental health, and I'll be more productive. Simple. It's 1 + 1 = 2 in this case. Retention and productivity. Organizations increasingly recognize when you invest in your employees, it directly translates to retention. They wouldn't want to go. right? I want to believe that the gym facility is free for them. It's not, they pay something, they pay a token, at least subsidized or what have you. If they're going to have that same service outside, it's probably going to cost them a lot more. Next slide, please. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. There's an addition, there's belonging, there are very many variants of DE&I, right? However, we've spoken about it, I think, in the previous, so we don't flog the matter. It's very important. That's the only way your employees feel that they're involved. So you recognize that I'm diverse. I'm probably neurodivergent. I don't learn or read or speak the way everybody speaks. But because you have recognized that, you've been able to set aside ways to make it easier for me. Now, global practice, so I don't think it has reached here yet. I don't think, and I'm not sure. Maybe our guy here will tell us, maybe he has seen. There are some organizations that if you have, there's a medical term, I don't know it, sensitivity to colors. Yes, there are rooms that are dedicated to such employees with perhaps only white. If white makes you uncomfortable, it will be blue. If blue makes you, they are detailed to that level. How many of our organizations have that? Do we even know that exists? Exactly. And that may be the best. What's my own with your color? If you don't like the color, this is what we have. Am I going to go and buy another facility? I should start painting here today blue or paint it green tomorrow. This one comes and says, oh, it's no, I can't. Then I'll change it to orange. Then somebody else, I know it's disturbing my mental health. I can't function properly. That's what happens these days, really. But the organizations that take that into consideration because they value their staff and they know the value and benefits they're getting from that. Bias-free policies, remember we spoke about that. So our first instinct should not be that of bias or stereotyping. We do that a lot. It's natural, yes. But the way to go about it, the tip is when you recognize that you have it, unconscious bias. We all have that. But we work on it to bring it to our consciousness so that we don't act on it. Fostering community, right? We know them now, the ERGs, the resource groups. You put people together of the same, perhaps, different communities, your HR specialists, just group them so that they feel they have support and can talk. If I'm talking to my colleague who is in finance, I'm sure we'll not be talking the same language. He won't understand. HR, you've come again. All you know how to do is spend money. All you know how to do is ask for money, right? When we have budget to cut. When you're going for budget defense, that's the first thing, like Hajia rightly told us. Cut down training, you've come again. After all, have you seen the impact of the training? Right? That's what they'll be asking you. Measure the impacts. So when you track your D&I, right? This is what it leads to. You have to have data to track it. You can't just say, I'm doing DE&I now. After all, I've created comfortable chairs and sitting places for you to sit. I'm including you people now. I'm including you. That's not how it works. It's not limited to that. There should be data from feedback from your employees. They should tell you that they're actually feeling included, their diversity is being recognized, and they're engaged. Next slide, please. This, I think, is one of the things that are very crucial. How many of us work remotely? Oh, interesting. Hybrid. Okay, we have that. Okay, so it's not a far-off concept to us. How do you track performance? Are you able to? You're able to? I heard a loud yes, confident yes there with data, not that the person is just delivering, because I can deliver a very rubbish work. You do, it's fine. Wait, that's very good, very key. There would come a time when, how many of us have besieged? That's why that quiz, so that quiz was there for a reason. It was just to, things that we have in our subconscious to bring them to fore. How many of us before COVID ever thought that we would work remotely and that it would be effective? Didn't. We didn't, really. I remember someone saying, why are those people he was referring to a particular set of people, why are they acting as if they're in Silicon Valley? If they cannot perform in this organization, they should leave. HR practices. True to God, it was not up to 1 month or 2 months that the whole country shut down. That same work that he was referring to was happening online. Yes, he stood. And I was just looking, I remember, well, I don't belong to those class of people that you're talking about, but I just felt it was a very closed comment, right? You're not open-minded. We didn't have GSMs before. We had landlines. If you hear the phone ringing, you would, well, I don't know how many of us remember. I just assume, really, you would run and go and pick up the phone. You can't walk around with it. You have to put it on hold and transfer. That's how it worked. But we're all here with our phones now. So never be close-minded. Right, so we need to equip our teams with collaboration tools and robust cybersecurity measures, very important. So remember, in HR, we're not just about the people, we're also about the processes, right? And also the, what do we call them? The, not equipment, what do you call them? 3 Ps, technology, thank you, yes. So you train the managers as well and empower them with skills effectively to manage and motivate distributed teams. That's why I asked that question. Are you able to check your team, right? If you're not empowered and if you're not properly trained, if you're not capable, you won't be able to do such. Hybrid harmony could be both. It could be one, however you choose to, but you need to design models that blend them in order to be flexible. Next slide, please. When you're taking decisions in HR, I remember someone saying it used to be based on intuition, like we said. I don't think this person can do this. Why the CEO asks you, why do you think it won't happen? I just know it. I know it. I've been doing this for years. I know it. I can see it where I can tell it when I see it. I know it. That's not how it works. CEOs of these days, if you meet them, they're going to tell you, I need data. Where are your facts? And you look very silly as an HR manager without data. These days in contemporary HR practice, always have your data. And that would enable them make and take proper decisions. So like she said, if there's no, Hajia said earlier, if I come and say to the CEO, I've trained 50 staff, would you not clap for me? 50 staff, I've trained. What is the staff strength of that organization? 10,000, have you tried if you've trained 50? That's it. So you should have your data. So that when you've trained, for example, if you're 50 and you've been able to train 30 or 35, then they would clap for you and say, you've done a good job. Data-driven insights. And it also helps us to measure the ROI of HR initiatives, right? That should align with the business goals. Let's not forget. One of the major aspects of, is that my echo? Okay. A major aspect of contemporary HR is aligning HR initiatives to the business goals. Isolation, we heard that earlier. That's what it causes if you don't. You'll be on your own. No matter the SPHRI you have, it will not work in that organization, really, because you're going this way and they're going the other way. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Now we're looking in-house. Nigeria. Demography of Nigeria. I followed this 200 million. I'm sure we're over 300 by now. We wouldn't know. Yes, perhaps would be. We're the most populous African nation, right? I want to see that backed up by data, but that's what is being said, really. But then we have youth. In as much as is said negatively, there's the positive side. We have youth that are digitally savvy, right? We see them that can, I saw one that created, I'm not very good in tech, but all these cars that move, you have them, how to use this, how to use that, you see them, but they don't have support. If they did, it would have been a different thing entirely. We have a very huge, significant workforce, right? This is Nigeria. Tech adoption. So we're rapidly embracing human resource management systems and remote work tools. It's not everywhere. Not every organization works remotely. But then we're rapidly getting there. The organizations that have different teams dispersed across different states or different countries within Africa or outside Africa, right? So there's this transformation. You have to be agile. You have to be able to manage your teams in this recent times of HR. So you're not going to say, okay, I leave it to the manager of Sierra Leone or the manager of Gambia to handle it. If you're at the center, you should be able to touch base, connect with all of them, right? How do you do that? Digital transformation, technology. We've noticed, as we mentioned earlier, this coming years, focus, a very strong emphasis on mental health, employee wellness. Employee wellness is very huge. There are a lot of things. It's not just the mental health. There's even the what do you call them? The EAPs I mentioned. There's the medical programs that some organizations have for their staff. It goes a long way. There's a whole lot of it. Continuous upskilling, you need to upskill. You'll be left behind. So there's someone that said recently that she got into, I think, a class or something, and all she was seeing there was AI chat GPT. So what would you want to see in this day and age? It's what you see. So the skill to even adapt that ChatGPT's output or whatever, or the Gamma or whatever output, adapt it and be able to speak to it. Or she said she just walked out of the class. Yes. So for how long are you going to continue doing that? That's very backward. You need to move with time. The trend moving, you need to keep moving. With all due respect to, our senior colleagues that find it difficult, to keep up with these things, but you need to. Like I mentioned earlier, we didn't have GSMs, right? We didn't have phones. We've heard so much about radiation. Don't keep it close to you. Have you dropped your phone? Still using it, right? Cars. Back in those days, there were people that would never get into cars because they felt it was some kind of, yes. They would never fly aeroplanes. Then it became, I would not fly aeroplanes, I would enter the car. Then it became, I will not do. That's how you keep going and it keeps leaving you. You have to move with the times. There's nothing you can do as long as you're still alive. Embrace it and use it to your own advantage, period. That's just it. So you need to keep upskilling. And then, of course, we mentioned digital transformation initiatives across all industries. Next slide, please. We're almost done. All right, challenges. We all know our environment. Low wages, low salary, if you could just even say that. Yes, one of the challenges that we're facing in today's times. Everybody wants to make more money, right? You want more money, you want higher this, higher that. Poor working conditions. We just mentioned we commended this facility for having very good working conditions. I'm sure, I want to assume that most of your staff are happy working here and would not want to leave. As long as you pay them well, this applies low wages. Health and safety is very important too, right? We need to look into that, concerns regarding health and safety. Very important. If you have, some organizations have units or departments dedicated to this. So outside the challenges, we have innovations, tech ecosystems. There are a lot of, so Lagos is one of Africa's, emerging tech. They call it the Africa Silicon Valley. So I saw that there was Cape Town, South Africa. There was Nairobi, there was Owerri, and, some other that are very, very tech savvy. Yes. So that's kudos to us, right? The problem now is, how do you leverage that? We always say, well, we have this, but then do we use it to our advantage? Should always learn to use that. Of course, digital tools. There's more growing adoption of mobile productivity apps, which we mentioned earlier, and AI-powered recruitment solutions. So because we're in HR, we're sometimes constrained by strategic, influence, right, from wherever above management to employ those we call strategic hires. We all know that, right? Strategic hires. Are we aware? However, it shouldn't stop us from presenting facts. When you do your unbiased AI-powered recruitment, it's unbiased, it doesn't know anybody. It doesn't know that I'm the son or daughter of this person. It doesn't know that if you employ me, oh, you definitely attract more people from my area and then they'll come and give you money or something. No, it doesn't know that. So still have that and present your facts. It is now left to them, those that are in charge, to take their decision. But you have done your own part in HR. Compliance focus. There's a lot more attention to labor laws these days. How many of us have known that? Well, we belong to many groups, right? HR platforms, and we see this flying, okay, this person has done that. How do we address this? You need to do this. If not, you're going to face. Before, it did not matter, especially in the private sector. You're hired today, you're fired tomorrow. There's nothing you can do about it. It's even the public sector. When I got into the public sector, I had a rude shock. Culture shock, yes. Because we came with our hot head. You know how you were very hot-headed then. Private sector, you do this sharp, sharp, sharp. This has happened. You send emails. There's nothing like memos. You send emails, your approvals are via emails, you know. It's a track. This one, they tell you, where is the approval? They're pointing at the paper. Where is the approval? You now attach approval. Then you attach memo. Then you attach previous. For all the communication. So when you are submitting, you're submitting a piece. I am giving them. And we're going digital. We said paperless society. Thing is happening. We're still, like our brother said here, you know, we're doing both. When are we going to move? Please refer to the earlier communication of so and so dates there. You don't need to. There's an email trail. Would that get lost? Then we'll hold the IT people. We'll catch them if it gets lost. But no, they want to see where is the signature, where is the approval of okay? If it's not there, you're not getting it. So we need to move on. Next slide, please. I think we're getting to the end. Future of HR. Yes, this should be the last slide. Embracing change. I think someone just mentioned change and empowering people. HR used to be seen before like the house of the Lords. If it's not HR, then if you don't come to us, that thing you're looking for, you'll not get it. You have to come and thank you. You have to dogbale. Even if it's not my culture to do, I have to learn it and come and do the dogbale. No, it shouldn't be so. Empower people. I'm not the sole decision maker. It comes to my desk, yes, I am. But I shouldn't be each and every process's decision maker because I'm HR. And then I get to sabotage if you don't play the game. Yes. That's yes. I'm sure I'm speaking a lot. Yes, that's how it is. So empower your people. Embrace the change that is coming in. Move with the train. Don't let the train leave you because you would be reactive rather than proactive. Right? Empower your people. I keep saying that. Don't micromanage. You're a people's manager, remember. You're no longer, what do they used to call it? Fire and fire. I have the right to, I can fire you in this organization and nothing will happen. That's what you hear, yes. Live, yes, I will fire you in this organization. Or if I won't even fire you, I will frustrate your life first. Firing is even easier. Yes, if I fire you, it's easier for you because you just go and move on. Last, you just go and pray for me behind closed doors. Yes, but I will frustrate your life in that place. Promotion, you will not get. When it comes to promotion, your file will get missing. Or your name will just mysteriously disappear from the list. You're seeing the email, but you're not there. Ah, okay, sorry. And they would never show you. Public sector, right, Hajia? You would never know. You would never, the same person smiling at you is probably doing those things. Yes. So we need to move away from that. That is what all this is talking about. Let's be seen as global HR practitioners. We have all these certifications, all this, but we go abroad, like it was mentioned, to get them. But then we're still coming to practice our... Exactly. We need to move ahead, right? That's HR as a catalyst. We need to see growth. Unlocking human potential. Leverage technology. Don't say I saw ChatGPT and I walked out of the class. Very soon, everything here, as we said, it will probably be ChatGPT or the AI or whichever AI that will be doing all these things. We'll just be sitting down looking at. In fact, it's already happening. It's happening everywhere. We don't have to be physically present for things to happen, right? So leverage technology, just use it to your advantage. Use it to your advantage. It's not taking anybody's job. It's taking away the jobs of those people that are not embracing it. Yes, it takes away stress, but you're still using your brain. You're still using your intellectuality. Yes, you are. Copy and paste. If I decide to just copy everything, it rolls out to me. It can tell me Nigeria is a country in Asia, for example. Yes, sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. So if I don't go through it and vet it and turn it, in fact, even the prompts that you're using, the prompts, yes, exactly, prompt engineering. Now I'll tell it to give me facts. Don't just give me story. Look for facts and reference. Have I not used my internet before? Okay, you'd rather have me go to a library and spend 7 weeks checking over books. It doesn't even, why would I even see the books these days? Everything is online. So don't walk out when you see ChatGPT, please. Fostering inclusivity, we spoke about that, prioritize well-being and maximize individual, collective capabilities, right? So you leverage both. Global transformation. Right, so Nigeria plays a part in global markets. We all know that, but it's just how well we play it. We see here that, you know, for it by 2030, HR is going to, what we're talking about, well, the things we're talking about here that some people are adverse to are not embracing. You can't go for leave without keeping your phone on. Work-life balance. We've moved away from work-life balance. We've gone to work-life integration. You must, I must be able to reach you when you're on leave. If not, let's move away from that. We're refusing to adopt that, right? By 2030, I wonder what will happen. Yes, the sooner we start, the better. It will save us all that stress. Very important. What should we do? This is where our call to action is. Invest wisely in your people. Very important. Continuously innovate HR practices. So you see, it doesn't stop there. Okay, it has come and this is where we are now. They said we should do EAP. What's my business is whether you're fine or not, whether you're on drugs or not, that's your personal problem. Go and drop it at home, right? No, we shouldn't do that. We should continuously innovate those HR practices that would make us, you know, trend globally. Confidently lead the future of work. That's what HR is all about. Thank you very much. I think we have been able to go through HR practices, and if you have any questions, you can ask.
Thank you so much. So because of time, we can take maybe 2 compelling questions. And the question must be a question. It will end with a question mark. So let me start from this side. Any question, ladies and gentlemen? Any question? So that you guys don't really me on the streets. Oga, I know you have capability. Okay, we'll take you. Any other question, please? Gone. Meanwhile, the 5 minutes presentation, quickly project it. And we'll take it. Okay, so.
Thank you very much, man. That was quite refreshing and exhilarating. I want to ask a direct question concerning your take on policy.
Sorry, please. Can you take
policy?
Yes.
You said HR should not be too policy fixated. They should be empathetic. And I can easily relate with that. Now, my question is, in the process of being more empathy leaning, and you tend to, I don't want to use the word circumvent policy, but stray a bit away from policy. How do you balance when audit comes to check your books to see whether what you did was policy based or empathy based? Thank you.
Very good question. Pertinent. Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for your session. It was really great. You mentioned personalizing career development and helping people out. So people don't have to, employees don't have to find their way like the previous generation did. So how do you help employees that don't seem motivated to want to grow? How, because it's like a thin line between helping people to be motivated, driven, and creating a learning process for your organization. Because as you said, yes, we have to be empathetic, but at the same time, it's about the business. So how do we balance that skill? Thank you.
Okay, all right. So speaking to policies, I think this is something that if we speak to it, I think would never end because it's something that keeps happening and happening and happening. What he said is what exists, right? So your HR, you have empathy. Even if you're not an HR manager, you're just the person's line manager. You have empathy. You do something, maybe you agree to one or two things, audit comes in, you're in trouble. Do you know what I once heard? Do you know? It's your ability as that person's manager to defend it. What does that mean? You're sticking out your neck for that person. Caveat, make sure that person is worth it. Efficient wise, yes, and productivity wise, not just worth it because he or she's, just make sure. Now, it depends on your organization and the maturity level of such organizations. He spoke about it earlier. Don't go and try it if you're in a startup or you are out to just make money, profit without all these HR processes in place. It may not work. What you do and what is your sole responsibility, we read it in textbooks and manuals, HR, but to practice it is a problem. What you do, who creates the policies? It's not working for you, what do you do? Exactly, review. Call for a review. The policy says every 2 years, you call for it. Why do we need to? You bring out your justification, data-backed justification, simple. The way you even present it, they will be looking at, should we attempt to? No. Even if it is declined, the confidence with which you present it, they would have noticed it and they would not attack you that much. It's data-driven. This is the policy. It's not working. We're not achieving productivity. We're not getting this. We're not getting that because people are falling ill and then you ask them not to go on leave. When they die, what happens? We all saw the story of that doctor. What happens? That's policy. That's a practical experience. Practical life. We all saw it. In the end, what happened? We lost this person. So you keep losing staff to death, to resignation, to silent quitting, quiet quitting, disengagement, and all that. If it's not working for you, please attempt a review. If you can't stick out your neck, perhaps maybe you're not that kind of person that, it's not everybody can do that. Call for a review. But if you can, defend it. Yes, I asked him to leave. Why did you ask him to leave before close of work? Because he showed XYZ signs of this and that. Can you back it up by medical? You ask the staff to bring it because you know that staff will not be lying. You don't stick out your neck for such people, right? So that's how to go about it. We're HR, we have to be flexible. Whether we like it or not, we can't be rigid. It's people we're dealing with. I'm sure our tech there can just press a button, Control X, it cuts. Can you do that to a human being? I'm feeling it, you just press Control X and then it cuts off what I'm feeling. It doesn't happen. So that's how we sometimes go about it. Experience. Okay, I think there was another. Okay, it's still on this. Still on this. Okay, before we close. Okay. Okay. So if I recall, where's the lady that asked the question? She spoke about motivation, right? He spoke about how to motivate staff on the career path that don't want to. Okay, so first things first, a staff that is not motivated or that doesn't want to be motivated, there are two types. Yes, for the I don't want to be motivated, there's really nothing you can do about it. They won't tell you I don't want to be motivated, but you know these people don't want to be motivated. So we leave that aside. For those that want to be motivated and perhaps don't have the platform to be, it's also your responsibility, right? How do you go about that? One-on-ones. We have coaching, we have coaching on the job, we have counseling, we have mentoring. All these are contemporary HR practices, but because of time, we couldn't pack everything on the slides. And we prefer to come here and talk about experiences rather than just read what theory has told us. Mentoring is one of the best ways of motivating people, right? You'll be surprised at the way and manner you change that person just by that. Counseling, if it involves, things that are maybe perhaps mental health or everything you counsel. Coaching if it's on the job, if the person wants to be motivated. So I hope I've been able to just say a bit on that, how to motivate It's not all about money, but sometimes money motivates. Yes. It depends, yes. If you're a Kano person like me, and then you know who the Kano person's brother is? Thank you. The Igbo man. Yes, we are motivated by money. On the later notes, please don't quote me. So money works sometimes. Recognition. Yes, recognition. Just recognize, like she mentioned earlier, an email. You'll be surprised. It's not a one size fits all. One-on-one, then you know that person. If you're observant enough, if you're a good mentor, a good coach, you'll be able to understand where the direction of that person, and you'll be able to motivate.
Okay, so before we take his question, I'll take a quick comment.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to add to what she said with respect to audit coming after HR. If you make a decision or if you make an exception for an employee, right? And you know that that exception is against your written policy. One of the other ways you can protect HR is make sure that you also get the upper level management, put them on notice of this particular case. So I give an example. IHVN is an on-site work kind of organization, right? We attempted the hybrid model, but I had to shut it down because I realized we had not gotten to that stage yet. And we're in a healthcare environment. Okay, now there's a staff who is battling cancer, and she has to go for chemo. And for each day she goes for chemo, her strength level plummets. And she requested to work 2 days on site and then 3 days hybrid. Now, I can't say no, even though our policy clearly says every staff must be in the office. So the trick is you treat it on a case-by-case basis, that's one. But secondly, ensure that those who give the final stamp on whatever has to do with the organization are also carried along. So yes, I gave her a permission to do that, but I asked for her to request officially. Now, in requesting officially, I could escalate it to now get her HOD to know this person will not be in the office on so days because we want her to be alive. That's one. And there's no need being in the office when you can't actually give anything. Okay. Now, her HOD is aware, her team members are aware, and the executive management is aware. So the day audit, our internal audit unit comes to ask, maybe they compare the timesheet submitted and they see on so days this person's ID card was not read off on the biometric outside. And they ask me why I paid the person for a full month. I have documentation to show. So you can't operate in isolation as HR, basically.
Thank you very much for that. In fact, you need to, that's the summary. And always remember, you need to be on good terms with everybody in the organization. It's not in your place as HR to say, I'm siding with this team, I'm siding with this clan, I'm siding with this caucus. The time will come. What she just said now, you make the HOD know, the line manager know, the executive management. If you're not in good terms with them, it's a problem for you. Nobody will listen to you. In fact, you will be the first person to be queried. But if they know your character, they know your integrity, like I said, do not vouch for those that would, throw you under the bus. Yes, be on good terms. Someone once said, as HR, don't sit on your high horse in your office and waiting for people to come and do dogbale for you. No, calm down, relate very well with them. The kind of relationship you have will take you places really very well. I know that because I've worked in both the private sector and the public sector. The public sector, just like Hajia, is not the core civil service, it's the Central Bank of Nigeria. Proudly, I wear it as a badge of honor. To be there, yes. To leave voluntarily, right, without any issues, it's something for 13 years. Yes, I was there for 13 years, yes. So it's you see all kinds of people. It's an organization that employs people from different What brought this up is upskilling. When I spoke about upskilling, you need to upskill yourself. So for someone to leave that kind of organization, you definitely know that that person has something to offer outside the Central Bank of Nigeria, right? So that's why I was able to come up with my HR consulting firm, right? That's what I do now. We do organization design, as it has been mentioned, and all that. If you don't do that, if you're sticking to old HR, you will still be stuck wherever you are. Whether you get promoted or not, whether you get bonus or not, you'll still be there. But you need to upskill, you need to go global in your HR, and then you'll be able to get places.
So we quickly take 2 questions back to back.
Yeah, my question is about the trend. How do we balance between trending with what is happening globally and also maintaining and retaining our own culture so that we don't lose our values? Because some of the culture we are borrowing from are abhorrent to us. Classical example, a case study in Lagos, an organization hired an international manager. And the guy came into Nigeria, and the first 3 months was alone. The next thing, my partner is coming. Please, driver, go and pick the partner.
I saw a guy.
And the partner is a guy. And the driver said, lie. I can't be that kind of a person. So how do we balance that? So that I'm just talking because, yes, as HR people, we need to also be mindful of just hooking up into the trend. That is the trend. That is the trend. The guy said, lie. And the organization paid dearly because they advised the white man, sorry, in this country, they will lynch you. That's why I said lie.
Exactly.
So find your way back. And he went back and he sued them and they lost a lot of money. They sacked the HR manager for not being able to, cultural center to manage.
Was it an international organization?
Yes, it was.
But they are bound by your local laws, your country's laws.
Localization comes.
Yes.
However, everything is trend.
Yes. So in as much as we want the trend, okay.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am. So I have a question. During your course of your session, you mentioned flexibility.
Mentioned what?
Flexibility.
Yes.
Yeah, emotions attached to our decisions as an HR personnel. But I want to ask, or I would like to say an advice. What do you advise in terms of employees trying as much as taking those things for granted? There will be a time that there's not everything you want to escalate to the management, but you just want to have this small decision making and all. And the employees are just taking it for granted. Oh, my HR is a flexible, she likes me, she's this. And because of that, you just take it for granted. Sometimes you may not even give you any advice or anything or information that, okay, I'll be late today. Thank you.
So that ended with the question mark, so don't say that. Okay, to start with the first one, trends. Yes, trends are trends. They would never cease to be trends. And unfortunately, we are, what do they call it? A globalized, yes, we're all one now. You're here, you're seeing what's going on in a country that is 7-8 hours ahead or behind you. It couldn't happen before. So we're all, it has its ills, right? But what we tend to do is to take the positives. Take the positives. Best practice should never be it for you. Best fit should be what you should go for. You're the HR manager in your organization, and then this thing comes up. What would be the first thing you do? You advise the person, right? If you know beforehand. If you don't know, that's a different case. If it's just springing up on you. This country does not permit XYZ. DE&I, like I said, is an entirely different subject. We can't go all to it. You can't take DE&I because SHRM said you should practice DE&I in a particular way. SHRM is headquartered in the United States. Their laws, it's been changed now, but are different. They're separate. What happens in Helsinki is different. What happens in Cairo is different. Bring the one that you know would fit Nigerian laws. Don't put your staff in jeopardy. If you know, if you don't know, when you're hiring expatriates, it is your duty to inform them of things they may not be privy to. They don't know your Nigerian laws, right? You spell it out to them, especially with this particular same trend. Tell them, in a very polite, diplomatic way, because they can sue you for saying, oh, you discriminated against me. But it's the law of your country. You're not it's there. If you don't do it, it's you that will suffer it, right? So that's one. You make sure you expose them. Thank you. You educate them. Another thing, trends. There are a lot of trends that happen within the country, within the ecosystem, within the smaller ecosystem. You know, it goes on and on and on within the sectors, within your organization. What happens in private sector, first, let's not even go far, will not happen in public sector. So because it's trending in private sector to start meetings at 6 a.m. or say, what did you see in the public sector at 6 a.m.? Yes, I went for one training. I'm not going to mention the name, you know, with due respect to them. I was called. I told you I'm a consultant now to go and so I went. You know, when you work for years and you're a professional, you carry all your professional things with you along with you. I don't mean physical things, but I went there. They said it's starting at 9 a.m. The same way I came here, you know, 30 minutes before time. I was there 30 minutes before time. There was nobody. The place was not open. It was locked. Yes. 30 minutes prior to time, at least you would see 1 or 2 people sitting. The place would be open and they're welcoming. Nobody was there. Yes, so as they were coming, I was the one welcoming them. So trends should not just be trends for the sake of trends. Best fit, please, at all times. I hope that helps. Education, sensitization, always. Flexibility equals to taking for granted anywhere. We know that. It's not by squeezing your face. It is not by smiling. It is not by being friendly. It is not by that. Do you know what helps you in the long run? Okay, so let me paint it in another way. So flexibility doesn't mean smile and allow them to do anything. Now, I can tell you, they say, is how they say it, go to hell in a very nice way, and you'll be smiling and you don't know I've told you to go to hell. Yes. It's maybe when you go back and sit down, your colleagues say, do you know what she told you? She actually meant this. So, but because I was so, you know, I was very nice. So because you've come to me and you're taking me for granted, doesn't mean I must continue because I'm nice. Oh, you know, my image you spoil. I'm HR, I must continue. No. Set boundaries. That's what I wanted to say. Set boundaries. So I'm nice to you, but when you come up with your gimmicks, I would tell you categorically, this will not work. Yes. That's what HR is known for. You should not be known for rigidity or being a grouch. Yes, or an angry bird. You know, when they see you, they are running. Yes, they should be smiling and you'll be telling them, I cannot allow you to go home because XYZ, XYZ. Okay, don't worry. Tomorrow you may get 5 minutes of extra time for... Man, that's flexibility. Do you understand, right? So I hope that helps. Any other question?
It's in their hearts. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we just quickly take a very brief presentation from my employer, and then we'll go for a break. When we go for a break, we have to end by 3. Break closes by 3, and we'll be back. Thank you. Mr. John Osadolo, Managing Editor of Business Day.
Good afternoon. Madam, thank you. I'm not in HR. The last lecture I had in HR class was in my MBA class. 2001. So it's been long. I'm going to talk about our paper, Business Day. And I know many of you know about Business Day. Madam from SEC definitely know about Business Day. But yes. So why are we here? Ordinarily, you say to me, Mr. John, why not go and meet your colleagues in the communications department? We've been talking to them. We've been explaining to them. Very good people. We have good relationship with them. But there was a need for us to say to ourselves, those who train the people, those who walk the engine room that corrects us, that recommend us for training, and all of that, they should know what Business Day is, what we offer, and what we stand for. So when they come to you to say, oh, we need Business Day, not this other paper, You won't ask why, because you know from today. For those who don't know, please, can we go to, okay? So we've been on for since 2001. We've reported the economy from all angles. We have a team of journalists, not only in Nigeria, but because of our links with the Financial Times and other publications outside Nigeria, The Economist, Harvard Business Review. We have a whole lot of people writing for us across the globe. We have fantastic analysts. Dr. Adeosun is one of them. He joined not too long ago, and we've really experienced some quality write-ups from him. You cannot operate in this economy and not know what the economy is talking about, where the economy is going to, what is driving it, the indicators, you need to know. And your staff also need to know. I was in a bank like 3 weeks ago, and I said to the lady, do you know business day? She says no. And inside of me, I said, if I were here, I would ask them to fire you. But I won't do that now. I'm not a staff. A banker, you don't read business newspaper, you don't know what's happening in the economy. So you just come in, you clock in, you clock out. They say, write 2 + 2 is 4. You write 2 + 2 is 4 in 2025. Jesus Christ. I said, well, no problem. But it's not my business to describe what her job should be. The same product, different delivery channels. How do we get business day to you? For those who don't know, we have our hard copy through the vendor. I know, madam, your office, they buy bulk, they send to them. And then through subscription, you can also do bulk subscription. If you do bulk subscription, you have lower cost in terms of payment. And then we have the digital copy, which is insane now. Everybody's going digital. Madam spoke so much about that earlier. Instead of getting the vendor to come and stay in your office with plenty papers, or you go to somebody's office and the heap of paper is this much, you can say to the person, why not do digital? We have the e-copy, and then the prices are all there. It's as simple as 1 copy per day for hard copy, which we keep staying in your office. We're discouraging people from buying hard copy, actually, even though it's a good source of income. We will expect that for all of this, 1 copy for 3 months, 29,700, 1 copy for 6 months, 59,000 naira, 1 copy for 1 year, 117,000 naira. For digital subscription, which is what we expect that you do, just premium, 45,000. What is different between premium and standard and e-paper? Premium gives you the content of standard and e-paper, meaning that same paper you hold, you have it in e-copy format, and it's embedded in premium. It's embedded in standard, but you don't have premium content in that other places. And if you want to get in touch with us, my colleague is here, Uju, and then you can call us and we'll attend to you. Thank you.
So if you want to do change of name, some of you never use paper until you marry. You know how to change of name, you can talk to them too. All right, it's time for break. So our colleagues will guide us. Don't forget, break is not on the house, so use your card there. Or if you brought food, let's go to the cafeteria and eat it together. We'll be here 3 p.m. exactly, please. 3 p.m. exactly. For those looking for love, you have 30 minutes to My emotions understand. Nothing I understand. The type of person that I am. Type of person that I am.
When I believe in fast life, but I see it is blessed. Everything I lifestyle, like this. See, many people today outside where they feel I mean, stand dependent like that's what you do. But they'll say she's on Netflix and chill. So I just need every power. If you fail, you not fairly satisfied. People talk with us, I'm not happy. See, you like what I should. I'm not picking class. You see these feelings, I'm not action. I'm not first and feel, I just want to. That's it. If I wrote by the staircase, my cheese, but no checking along. Will be more needs. So my head that's over there. I'm super starting on my things. And I'm not feeling slow. We are just one from studying one from that more thing. I thought you wanted to make this fun. From the top of fun, I feel what on the country. It's a mind. They keep your charms. You'll see. You want fun on that way, not the phone. And they get to the clubs now. You'll see. You'll be on that way, not the phone. And they get to the clubs now. You'll see.
I just leave it with him. Just cover it. You could bring what you're from.
All right. Welcome back. Technical, please feedback. Those of us that didn't do lunch, in 450 explain why disciplinary action should not be taken against. Yes. 450, so that we have enough space to explain and clarify, expatiate, elucidate. You know, when we say discuss, school is funny. They will give us exam. They will say discuss, yet we can't talk. Okay. Some of our comrades are trying to put finishing touches to their consumption, but we need to move from consumption to production. If you don't get it, forget about it. All right, very quickly, for me, this is perhaps one of the most important topic. We're looking at the new tax law and impact for HR practitioners. And in my opinion, I was telling somebody just last week that I don't think from an HR perspective that you could get any better facilitator, because Malam Aminu Yao is not just HR, it's HR for the Joint Tax Board. So anything it tells you, you can take it to the bank. Don't worry, it will still be tax shy if you take it to the bank. Aminu Yao is an accomplished professional with over 2 decades of experience in people management. His expertise spans organizational design and resourcing, manpower planning, employee engagement, mentoring, performance management, business analysis, and customer service. Known for his exceptional interpersonal and motivational skills, Aminu is dedicated to helping individuals and teams to achieve their full potential. I still don't know why some of you are not paying attention to me. Isn't this height good enough for you? Senior man, what's up now? It's not only, what's this guy? Donald Trump that can deport to. I have deportation powers by the powers conferred on me by the Joint Tax Board. Ladies and gentlemen, he holds a bachelor's degree from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and a master's degree from Bayero University, Kano. I think we owe BUK debt today. They've blessed us. All right. So if you can't go to Harvard, please go to BUK. Aminu is a member of several prestigious professional bodies, including the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, CIPM, Nigerian Institute of Management, and the Learning and Development Network International, LDNI. Currently, Aminu is the head of administration and human resources at the Joint Tax Board. Is there anybody here not paying tax? Is that why you're not clapping? Aminu has a passion for continuous learning and knowledge sharing. Aminu remains committed to advancing excellence in people management and organizational development. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome with warmth, applause, and evidence that we have eaten Aminu Yao. Malam, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Good afternoon once again. You know, it is very much difficult to take a session after I know we are all tired. And beyond being tired, as you can see, I have another engagement at 4. So I really don't know how to navigate this session. And my intention is not to talk, is to moderate the session. My intention is to give you the opportunity to speak on this topic because it's something that is all over. Everybody is aware that there is a new tax law, right? So to look at taxation of employees in the emerging income tax regime in Nigeria. I tell you, I will try to do this within 20 to 30 minutes. So you will really have to bear with me with the way I will take it. And I hope that you'll be able to follow as I'm making some points, known to us now. Don't forget, I would like most of the things I'm going to be raising. I will just be interrogating some parts of the act. I want to see from you, those of you that have read it. In fact, who here is from Compensation and Benefit or Salaries Administration? Anybody here? Wow. Hey, oh, thank you, my brother. So please, we'll be talking. Please. Yes. I don't want to look at the whatever we are going to talk. It's going to waste our time. Let's go into business. Taxes, right? Tax. Can somebody tell me the type of tax that is being deducted from employee salary? Oga, can we close this class? They know everything. See, the truth is, before, tax. Can somebody tell me what is tax? As in, if you are to define tax, what is tax? Sorry? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So by this, at least we have already laid the foundation of what we are going to discuss. So if we are to do that, sorry, I need to ask this question. Can somebody tell me the law establishing, legalizing that deduction or pay as you earn that you talk about? There is an act, definitely. There is a law establishing. Who can tell me that? No, I'm not asking you. Hello? Please, if let me go this way. If anybody from there will tell me, I will give you a gift. Please. The law establishing or giving the legitimacy of deducting certain amount of money from our monthly salaries as taxes. What's the name of that law? I don't want to allow Billy to talk, so did you read it? Okay. Oh, you have been saying it. Apology. What did you say? Doctor, please give her a gift. Doctor. Doctor, please. So what I want to say here is that whatever we are going to discuss here is about Personal Income Tax Act. And this act, as we see it, is going to expire by 31st of December this year, which means by 1st January, we are going into a new regime. Okay. Nigerian tax system. Permit me, let me just leave this. It's of no consequence. What I want us to know now is, we are already done with 2025. We are going into 2026. So which means we are starting a new regime. Who will tell me the numbers that we have now that are going to guide our taxation going forward in Nigeria? How many? Who can tell me? Whoever tell me the exact number, I will give him another gift. 4, Madam Ali. Where are you? Come. Where are you coming from? So, I've already. So, you see? Thank you so much. So we have 4 tax. Okay, now it's time to mention them, the 4. Because we need to understand them to be able, to know what exactly they are talking about. What are these policies? No, not Billy. Hello. Do you want me to move to the other class so that you will just be looking at the screen? There are 4 signed acts. I just want you to mention them. Yes. Nigerian, somebody? We are not hearing the responses. Nigerian. Okay. Apology. I can see nobody will win. I have a gift. Let me tell you, this is a very serious gift that you have. But I will move. Sorry? Nigerian. We are trying to. That is 1. Fine. So the second one. Oh my God, time will not allow me to do what I want to do. Seriously. 2. Okay, now we have mentioned 2. 3. No, somebody mentioned tax administration, remaining 1. So whatever it is, let's understand that the new tax regime in Nigeria is going to be governed by these 4 new acts. Are we together? Fine. Can I control this? Let's go to the next page if I cannot control it. Okay, these are the acts. You have already mentioned them, but for clarity, the Nigerian Tax Act, I want us to understand this. Specifically, this act is about the taxes, is the act that stipulates all the taxes. Are we together? The second one is Nigerian Tax Administration. It's something for you to know this is water, then how to handle the water. So the administration of those taxes is contained in this Nigerian Tax Administration Act. Are we together? Then the third one, Nigerian Revenue Service Establishment Act. this Nigerian Revenue Service is now the body empowered to do the administration of those. Are you together? Are we okay, the last one is the Joint Revenue Establishment Act. We have all the explanations, but can somebody tell me what's the mandate of Joint Revenue Board? As it is now, we have what we call Joint Tax Board. Joint Tax Board is going to expire by 31st December. We are now migrating or transiting to joint. So be it Joint Tax Board or Joint Revenue Board, you can tell me what's the mandate? Yes, you are on the right track. Is to harmonize, but parties. No, I know. No. Don't say that. Think again. Think, please. There is a way you put it that I will agree with you. Yes. Hello. But you know, when you say harmonizing tax, I thought there is something that you need to add to complete this. I promise to give you an award if you do that. You see, what taxes are you harmonizing? Remain small. It remains small. You guys, you know, let me tell you, seriously, you are on the right track. Oh my God, if not for time. See, let me just say something. Do you know the mandate of Nigerian Revenue Service or the present FRS, Federal Revenue Service? Which type of taxes FRS is collecting? No, not federal. No, there is a way you will put it. FRS is targeting what? There is a language in the law. Company income tax. Are we together? So I'm giving you certain answer. You understand? So now tell me what the mandate of Joint Revenue Board. I want us to understand this very clearly. Payee. Who is responsible for collecting payee? States. Are we together? So going forward, I want us to know that FRS has no business with your payee. Is the state, LIRS in Lagos, in Abuja, FCT IRS? You understand? They collect our payee. Are we together? Let's move. Oh my God. Okay. Now, landing on the fact that there is this noise that the new tax regime is going to favor workers and low-income earners, right? We need to see. Oh. One of the reasons is that the objective of this reform is to address multiplicity of taxes. How? I don't know if you have any encounter with state internal revenue, you notice that each state you go, they have their process, their everything different. So at the end of the day, like my brother here, Dr. ECM Adioshun, he's from Lagos, he will be paying his taxes in Lagos, paying. But if he is to go to Abuja today, FCT IRS will come. Even if he says that I paid in Lagos, so no. And now, are we together? So the essence of this is to, as much as possible, harmonize these taxes. And the only way you can do it is if you are able to harmonize the identifier for each person, what we call tax identification number. As at present, if you go Lagos, they have their own tax identity. So what we are doing now, JTB is being saddled with the responsibility to ensure that tax identities are harmonized, so that if you say you pay in Lagos, we are not going to argue with you. Just to use that identifier and confirm your remittances. Are we together? Next page, please. I really don't want us to. I'm sure they say the slides will be shared to you. So. Can you help me? Okay. Future of the reform. This reform we are talking about, low income earners, which from our statistics constitute about 30% of the workers, would be exempted completely from paying tax. I will go to the next slide where you will see. Middle income earners will pay less. There is justification for that, you will see. Then self-employed persons and entrepreneurs will enjoy tax exemptions. So this new regime has provided exemptions. Okay? Yes, let's go to the next. So we are going to look at the exemptions. Full exemption for workers earning up to 1.3 million per annum. So if, as we speak today, somebody whose salary is on minimum wage, 85, as 87, whichever, definitely that one will be exempted completely from paying tax. And I will show you a table going forward to see that, yes, there is some level of consideration. In terms of computation, this regime has simplified the computation. Oga, like you that you are into salaries administration, tell me, what is CRA? Okay, how do we compute consolidated relief allowance? Please listen to him. Excellent. I'm sure we all know this. So I don't need to give him a word for that. Do I need? The guy is in charge of salary administration. So let's look at the current and emerging tax rates, just for comparison's sake, and see what is happening. In the present regime, we have bands. First 300,000 naira, you will charge 7%. We all know this. So let's go and see the emerging regime. The emerging regime is 800,000 naira. And that 800,000 naira, you will be charged 0%. I want you to look at this computation. It's not say, look at why did this next? It's not like by the time you attain 2.2 million, it's a next 2.2 million. Are we together? That is when you will be charged 15%. Okay, let's look at the impact, because I just displayed the rate. Let's look at the impact. For current regime, this 80,000 you are seeing, your pay computation is about 5.3%. If your income is 100,000 per month, you will be charged 6.5 as at present. If you don't know what is being charged from your salary, you better know. Except if you are office, they are not computing well. So this regime, look at what it's going to give you. This 80,000 is going to charge you 0%, no tax. 100, it will charge you 2.5. 250, 10. This is how it's going to be. So you can see here, this is lower tax. If you look at this 100,000 and this 100,000, this one is charging you 6.5, this one is charging you 2.5. Hello? Are we together? So the computation template is like this. The current regime, you know, you have column for exemptions and those that are taxable. Income from all sources, salaries, allowances, whatever is here. Then what are those things that have exemptions? Pension, we all know, plenty of them, right? Aha. So the proposed regime, let's look at how it's going to be. Proposed regime is going to give taxable income, which include employment income plus investment income plus income from any other source. That is one. Then you get total deductions. Okay, it's better, huh? Oh, good. Total deductions. What are the total deductions? Income exempted from tax plus income that has suffered. He won't help us. Don't worry, he will help us. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you. So you can see whatever you have, your total income, you now less eligible deductions. This you are seeing are eligible deductions. NHIS, NHF pension, interest on loan for development occupier property, life insurance, rent relief. Hey, Oga, can you tell me about this rent relief? Thank you so much. I think, let me just give you something since you are very patient with me. No, Doctor, sorry, you know me, I always enjoy an interactive class, so beyond this, beyond this, Section 30 of the Nigerian Tax Act introduced a new term called eligible deductions. So we can, of course, look at them, contributions under NHF, NHIS, pension, and so on. All these are eligible deductions. Okay? Then it introduces rent relief. Oga, can you shed more light on rent relief? Is anybody here? I want to give, what do you call it, another award. Who can talk about rent relief? You can see it now. 500,000, 20% of the paid. How do you do this? There is a new, addition to the act. So it's going to take effect from 1st January. Yes. You want to win something? Talk.
So I think that would be actually calculating 20% of the rent by the person per annum to a maximum of 500,000.
No, you mix it. It's either you pay 500,000 and 20% of the annual. Whichever is lower.
Which is the same as 20%, maximum of 500,000. Capped at 500,000. So if it is less than.
No, I got the message. You did well. Benefit in kind. The Act has provided further clarifications on the valuation of benefits in kind. Are we in the same class? Specifically, a limit of 50% of annual gross income from employment has been introduced as the maximum that can be assumed as additional emolument received by the employee. Here we are talking about what? Benefit in kind. Who can give me an example of benefit in kind? Like you, I know you have official vehicle, so you can. Somebody say official vehicle. We that would have official vehicle. What again? Launch. Thank you. Aha. Again, there are incentives in this new act. You know, in the past, there are some, you know, consumables, household consumables that are available. But now, specifically, the act provided for type of food, healthcare, education, which represent about 60% of all consumptions. You know, here we are talking about those things that will affect directly as an employee. So 60% of household consumables, VAT has been taken up completely. There is exemption on rent, transportation, renewable energy. But I want to pause here and ask this question. You know, this issue, I don't know if you have heard about it, that on, thank you, my dear. So we need to reconcile this because the act provided for exemption of, yes, no VAT. So I don't know what the 5%, because it's not VAT. They don't call it VAT. Now, wow. You can see English. You know, that's one problem with people that are learned. They will give you his right hand and collect his left hand. Abi? Are we together? Aha. So, what are our obligations? People like you now. Yes, people like you, Oga. What are your obligations? Thank you. Employers should ensure that their employees are registered for tax purposes and obtain ID. I'll give you a story. 3 months ago, somebody called me that she got a job. She has been working with Federal College of Education for over 20 years. Recently, she got a job, a better paying job, and the organization requests that she provides team. I now ask her, you have been working for over 20 years. How have you been reconciling your? She says she don't know. I say, wait, go to your salary section. Ask them what is your team. She went there. They say they don't have. I'm telling you. And don't forget, this is Federal College of Education. I quickly made a submission in my office that this clearly shows that state that the FC is situated, the state internal revenue are not doing their job because there is a tax they are supposed to collect. They don't even know how to collect it. You can allow MDA in your locality as chairman of state internal revenue. How do you, I can't imagine that, you know? So please, it is our duty to ensure that our staff are registered with TEAM, because that is the only identifier we have as far as making tax deductions are concerned. Employers are expected to file a return while the relevant tax authority for all emoluments. You know, it is the act again, as head of HR of your organization, on the 31st of January of every year, you must file your return to the State Internal Revenue Service. So please, this is a duty, it's our responsibility, it's an obligation. The return shall disclose employee emoluments, including allowances and benefits in kind, total deductions, net emoluments, and tax deducted. In case you will find yourself as head of salaries and benefit or head of HR in your organization, ordinarily you need to know these computations are being done. So these are the metrics. In addition, the employee is also expected to file his or her return of income sources, including employment income, to the relevant tax authority. So beyond having the responsibility on the employer, I know some people do some side hustles, right? It's an obligation, please. You need to disclose. No, I say those that are doing, you know. There is. No, there is. In fact, let me, Madam, I think I need to give you something. You can see, with your VPN, it's easy now to trace all the, you know, going into you. And if I'll give you this leakage, I'll give you this leakage. Come 2026, guys, we need to prepare because our team is going to be linked with our NI and BVN. And the returns shall contain a duly completed self-assessment. These are things that we can read, but at least I'm giving. Are we together? No, please. Please, we should be together. Apology, my time is not allowing me to so much. Oh no, let me go back. So much into what I had wanted to. So with the implementation of the Tax Reform Act, come 1st January 2026, the income tax administration in the country will experience dramatic change. Employees will enjoy some level of tax relief as evidence of fairness and equity in the taxation of income. This is so because the focus is now on taxation of the high net worth individuals. People like Dr. Oluwole, we are interested in them. You know, we are interested in them. So it's not about those that are earning, no. I tell you, those that are earning, you know, within that low income bracket, they will enjoy from next year. There won't be any deduction. Just refer to the table I gave you. Is that, what do you call it, 80,000 naira, about 4,000 naira is deducted from your, you know, salary. How much is 20,000? And don't forget, one of the reasons why, for me, reform came at the right time was that the last time these rates were revised was in 2011. So all I need you to do is just imagine the value of naira as at 2011 and what it is today. Is if as at 2011, you know, your salary is 150,000 naira. Today, you still have 160 or 70. You know, the margin is not much because for those that are in 150 in 2011, even if you are earning 500,000 naira today, in terms of value, it's not the same. So I sincerely want to apologize. This is not what I wanted. I had wanted a very interactive class with a lot of questions and answers, but I had already promised somebody 4. And honestly, it's 4 now. Doctor, please, I sincerely apologize for how I rushed the paper.
Madam, you know, we started this conversation on site. Alaji, we go do webinar at your time, and you will be patient.
Let me just apologize. You know, we have been in this business for some time, so we have our way of doing things. If you can help me with the first person that registered for this program, let me appreciate that person. Let's check from the register, the very first name on the register. Yes, the very first person.
Oh. This is a benefit in kind. You don't need to tax. On behalf of Sir Malam, please receive this token. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You see, when it comes to the question of tax, there's no question. Take it or leave it. Sorry. Take it or go to jail. Exactly. Tochukwu, are you ready? Next present and final presentation before we take general Q&A. The general Q&A will be any question. Okay. While he's trying to set up, the last facilitator, who is our branch chairman in Abuja here, is held up in Lagos. So Tochu, who will undo the session for him, but it's his slide and it's his presentation. While we're here, my friend, Ajia Azizat Quadri Ibrahim, who is also the CIPM Kwara branch chair. She stepped in. Yes. Is the Deputy Registrar, University of Ilorin. In case we know somebody tomorrow that will need admission, let the person get good JAMB score. You know, like 310, that she will be happy to help you, not 201 ahead. You know, she's also, like me, an economist. So this week, Monday to Friday, we have the Nigerian Economic Society conference, which was what she was coming for. When she now brought her trip 2 days forward. But she's also my friend. My friend. Anytime I go to Ilorin, she takes good care of me. If you're in Ilorin, call me, I will connect you. You know, when you eat samala, you don't beg that is born again. She's very cerebral, very intellectual, very intelligent. I got 2 2, she got 2 1. So you know that she's my guy at the top. Okay, so we won't read the profile, just keep to the slide. This is not you now, they're personating. So this is the profile of the person that should have taken, and the person that did the slide. This is his spokesman. Over to you, Tochi.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Permit me to stand on existing protocols, and it's also a very privilege to stand in the shoes of my chairman. So the voice you will hear will be mine, but the thoughts are definitely his. So please bear with me. Before we start, let me ask you to please be on your feet briefly, if you don't mind. By the way, my name is Tochukwu Emeka Omejakwe Mojo 1. We are not two, eh? And where I come from, okay, so I am privileged to be the Learning and Development Focal Person for my organization, International Committee of the Red Cross. So just for background sakes. So what we're going to do now will be very simple. I like to do this quite a lot, especially when you sat down for a bit longer time. So we are going to do very quickly to spell coconuts. It's going to be very easy. Okay, so we're going to try to spell coconuts. so you can be able to have this opportunity to stretch. Please leave the lights on for now so we can see ourselves just for 5 minutes. Okay, so make sure you get yourself some space. If where you are is a bit tight, find a better space. There is a lot of space here if you want to use the space here in the middle. Okay, so how do you spell a C with your body? How do you spell a C? Like that. Okay, so we are going to have how many C's in coconuts? 2 C's, right? So if you do the first C like this, the second C have to be around, okay? So go down. So let's start the spellings. How do you spell O, by the way? For some of us that have big tummy, so when we are spelling our O, it's actually 8. Okay, so let's start now. So can I have a C to your right, to your right, to your right, to your right? A C to your right. Okay, stretch well, I can see there. Thank you. Come back to your normal position. Then can I have an O? Okay, thank you, thank you. Come back to your normal position. Let's have another C. Okay, thank you. We are doing well. Now let's have another O. Now, how do you spell N? Please come back to your normal position. And you have to touch your toe, please. And touch your toe, please. Thank you. Until you feel a stretch behind you on your waist, eh? Feel a stretch on your waist. Okay. So you can come back to your normal position. My guy is cheating the process. Okay, so now we are going to spell U. Okay. So now let's T. Thank you very much. Remain standing, please. Don't sit yet. You can just bring down your hand, but remain standing. So the people that will sit, if you want to sit down, just 2 questions. Have you ever used AI before? Everybody said yes. Okay, then that is a cheat question. You're not going to sit. So if you used last, what about data analytics? Okay, fine. Now the person that will sit will answer this question. What is the formula to calculate? HR don't come. Okay, fine. Percentage change in price. How do you calculate percentage change in price? Yes. New minus. Excellent. Okay. What? So the next, but does it mean there is only 1 or 2 persons that did that formula? Okay, how do you do A raised to power 1 multiplied by A raised to power 1? So let's see. Have your seat. Have your seat, please. Okay, so I said that to draw your attention to one thing. For us, HR, we always lack the soft part of HR, and that is one of the things that most of us signed up for. In the past 3-4 years, or maybe 5, especially in Nigeria, though in most advanced countries, it has the case was different. But in Nigeria, in the past 3 or 4 years, we have seen notably that HR is gradually moving away from that regular HR, and from all the things we've talked about, from the strategy and all, we've been talking about data analysis. And if you hear the best word in our HR world today in Nigeria is analytics. Now, this analytics was followed very quickly by artificial intelligence. Okay, so what does it mean? What it means is that for many of us, we don't know all the formulas. Well, you don't have to anymore. And that's a good part. We have artificial intelligence to help us with some of those things. I think that is a relief for us. But then again, because of our time is already fast spent, this is supposed to be a masterclass prepared by my chairman, but I'll do my very best to take it in the next 15 minutes. So it means that I will skip some things and I will rush through some things. So go with me as fast as we possibly can. What does it mean for us in HR? Is there any pop-up in front of the screen? Just okay, thank you. So we'll just look at this very briefly, looking at what it means for us, where are they being used, where is AI being used currently. We'll look at least one case study and then see ethical considerations. We'll look at some best practices, future trend in AI, and then the strategic roadmap, and that is where I want you to focus on. The strategic roadmap, and that is why we are here. That is why we are having this conversation. So when we look at it in terms of adoption, we'll see that AI is already working in almost the value chain of HR, from recruitment up to learning and development. We see AI everywhere. And how do we use it? For context sake, we're going to be using the examples of communities or societies where this has happened significantly. So using mostly what do you call, maybe the US, the UK context and all of that to drive home the point. Okay, so AI basically is changing how we manage human resource in our organizations. We cannot shy away from it. How we manage human resource has to change. And from what we talked about since morning, we see that when you talk about the strategy of the organization and everything, the context where we are, the evolving things around us defines what happens and what does not happen. Now, when you look at in terms of growth forecast in HR from 2021, which was around maybe 5%, it is growing significantly to expected to get up to 30% in about 30 billion in 2030. So that means a lot of money is going into it. And what does it mean? What does AI in HR mean? It simply means the use of technology, the use of generative languages and all of that to fast track or gain efficiency in managing human resources. And some of those processes, machine learning, natural language processing, generative AI, and most importantly, predictive analytics. Now, talking about that, AI simply has a lot of, we've seen the adoption and the application in various areas. I'll just briefly touch on, for example, in recruitment and talent attraction. We can see it happening in resume screening. And most of us know, for example, that for like my friend Sammy that is into recruitment full time, you know the amount of CVs you get in Nigeria when you advertise one position. Imagine you have to go through the stress every day, skimming through these CVs to see which one is good, which one is not good, and all that. You don't have to do all of that today. And many of us already know ATS. ATS is in place. And what is ATS? What is driving ATS behind it? By the way, who doesn't know what ATS is? I believe we all know it, right? Thank you. So what does it do? Basically, it works with what keywords to suggest to you CVs you should look at. And what is that? What is driving it behind? That is AI. So if you have a system that can be, you can integrate, people just apply there, and then you don't need to go through 1,000 CVs. You just have maybe 10 or 15 CVs to go through. That you put your human element in it, and it saves you time. So there is efficiency gain. And what are we talking about in terms of key benefits? From the statistics available, you can see that there is efficiency in time management of about 75% time saving. We can see from also reduces cost and helps you to do what? To scale the project. Okay. Now, in other areas too, in performance management, we can see the application of AI especially in KPI analytics and visualization, bias reduction in reviews. One thing I always would say when it comes to performance review, it's based on what the person thinks to a large extent. Even though you do all the SMART objectives and all those things, to a large extent, there is always that, what do you call it, qualitative part of it that has to be based on how your manager feels. For example, in my organization, when I joined newly, my manager then, Mr. Johnson Kwangari, was during the appraisal. For me, I didn't understand what all those appraisal processes was at the time. And I did my appraisal as short and brief as I possibly can. It was like, hey, bro, come. Let me show you. This is a living document. It's about your life, and it will speak for you in years to come. So it's important to flesh it up. So because he was interested and he was such a good guy, he was able to lead me through, and he used his hand to write all the achievements. And I was like, wow, so I did this. I didn't know. I actually achieved this. I didn't know. Over the years, the guy was keeping record, and he was able to flesh it up enough that oftentimes I just go back there when I'm lost on how to do my appraisal, my personal appraisal. I go back and I look at it. Yeah. This is how good I was back then. I think I'm still good. I'll take it up from there. Okay. So this is that bias, because he had a particular liking of my person, and maybe that is just naturally how he is. So there is that bias when it comes to performance appraisal. Then with AI, it reduces it significantly. And that bias may play in your favor, like in my case, but when your manager is not so nice with you, that bias may not be favoring you. So which is why we need to, as much as possible, to remove that bias. And predictive performance models. How are we sure that because this guy performed well this year, that he will perform better next year? What are the indicators? How do you? And we have seen that not all of us are very good with calculations. Okay, so models that will help us model this, do these things. And what are some of the key benefits we've seen? Employee development objectivity removes that subjective part of appraisals of performance management and all that. And then we gain efficiency. That is saving time and resources that we should have wasted. When it comes to employee engagement, last year I was privileged to lead employee engagement survey for my organization, over 600 people, and the analysis was massive. Doing all the analysis to see the trends, to understand what's going on, and all that. Even though my organization is relatively large, we've not adopted AI as at the time. Now we are working with adopting AI gradually into our processes. But as at then, I had to do most of those analysis manually to present to management as to the feeling of the people. Imagine that we're doing that with a system that you just plug and play, and it is easy for you to see. Most importantly, about what they call the impulse of the people, not just what they say, but what they did not say. You don't see that, but it can be picked by a properly designed system, which will be able to pick certain points and connect the dots and tell you the pattern of who is most likely to leave. And we can see that some organizations have been able to do it. And in some cases, they recorded about 26% average increase in employee engagement after implementing AI. Okay, so there is a way it helps you to keep your employees engaged. Then we can also see it in people analytics and workforce planning, which is one of the best areas for you to be able, not just counting head count. How many people do we have? How many male and how many female? It goes beyond that when you're talking about people analytics. Okay, so it's a whole lot complex calculations and all, from predictive workforce analysis, who is likely to live in the next 5 years, who is likely to stay for the next 10 years, and all those things you need to know. And all those things, you should be able to detect what is the likelihood that I am going to leave the organization in the next 3 years or in the next 1 year. Who is the key performers? What is the likelihood that they will leave? You may not know. Except you are well detailed or trained in analytics, you may not be able to do it yourself. But with models like this, it is easy to see. Then, what is the advantage it profiles to you? Resource optimization, active decision-making, agility, and data-driven culture. It means that you're not just at the table, just spilling what you believe, like our senior colleagues mentioned earlier. You are talking from the standpoint of data. And that data is rooted on that analysis that you're able to do. We can see from the data there from research conducted by Deloitte that about 3 to 4 times retention return on retention on investment is gained. Organizations that deploy AI in analytics. Let us look at some case studies of, for example, how they were able to use AI in recruitment. Now, based on what they did and based on the information we have, that they were able to achieve 75% reduction in time to hire. That is from 4 months to 4 weeks. Imagine that you are able to recruit that fast. Why? Because why? You're able to have a system that helps you to do all those mundane tasks that would normally take you a lot of time to do. And this was one of the things they achieved. They were able to save over 50,000 hours of candidate screening time. That is the kind of benefit you will gain if you are using AI to power your recruitment, for example. Above that, remember we have Dr. Liemi mentioned in one conference, I think 2 weeks ago, about HR being able to input the business at the business's core, the business focus, which is either maximizing profit or minimizing cost. And we can see here the impacts directly. They were able to save over 1 million in cost. Imagine this is the data you are presenting to your management. Why will it not be at the strategic table? Why will you not be listened to? That you're able to deploy a system or you're able to do something that saves the business 10 million naira in a year. They will listen to you. So this is some of the benefits that they recorded. And then let's look at again IBM in terms of transforming HR with Watson AI. Watson AI is their own AI that they created to be able to go through HR cycle. In terms of business impact, we need to have about 20 positions, HR positions transformed, increase in employee net promoter score of about 30%. I want to talk about net promoter score. I believe we are HR people. We've done engagement survey. We know what that means, right? So we don't need to go through that one. And then we see about 65% reduction in time to resolve HR queries. Imagine everybody in your office is looking to you. HR, I have this question, HR, and you are answering everybody one after the other, one after the other. Imagine how exhausting it would be and the time involved. With AI, what does it do? People can be able to, just the way you ask your ChatGPT question every time. My organization has developed one currently, which is under test. And we are testing it to say, okay, how is it going to work and what limit of data can it access and what can it not access? It is available 24/7. Any question you have about the organization, you need a form, you need a tool, you need a particular policy, you can't find it. Just go on the AI and ask it. It brings out the policy for you, summarize it for you, guide you. Oh, this is the next thing you should do based on the policy. This is the way you should go. If you are afraid, for example, that, oh, when I go to the HR and I tell them my case, they will probably use it against me. And maybe begin to look at, oh, you violated policy. For the AI, it may not. And people will feel more comfortable to do that, to engage the AI, ask their personal questions, and get personalized responses. So these are some of the things that we see in terms of IBM. And then for Hilton, they're able to use chatbots to increase employee experience. So based on their results, they were able to see about 87% candidate inquiries resolved without human intervention. So people are scared that, yes, AI is come to replace us in HR and that. Then that is not entirely true. Does it that most of this advent of AI, our roles as HR is evolving into more strategic roles. So it is all people that refuse to take advantage of the AI and remain where they are that eventually will get what? Overridden. But if we learn how to use it and use it ethically, we are going to be people that will be championing the cause. Good thing that plays in our favor is that Nigeria is a little bit slow to catch up with trends when it comes to technology. And that means that we have all the time to learn in case we've not learned. And I'm privileged to have our fellow in the house who, even though after retirement, is still eager to learn. For me, that is already something I'm like, oh, when I saw his name on the attendance list, I was like, wow, are you serious? He's coming. And I came here, he was here before me. So seriously, we should to learn as HR professionals because that is the only way forward. Now, what is the risk? It is not entirely without risks. That AI is there, yes, but there are risks that are involved. And this is where you as HR people must pay attention. What are the risks and how can we mitigate it for our organization in case we want to use AI. One is that there's going to be bias and discrimination, and that is true. AI is just another computer system that does garbage in, garbage out. What you fed it with is what it gives you back. So sometimes the data that the AI is trained with, unfortunately, may be a data that is already biased. And we can see a failed case example here where Amazon noticed that their AI recruiter was biased and removed or screened off everywhere that people mention on their CV that has something to do with women, because it's recruiting for engineer. So they believe that engineers should be. So if you mention anything women on your CV, the CV is screened out. So when they were able to review do their audit of the process, they found out that the AI was biased based on the information it was fed with at the beginning. So this is one of those cases. So there could be discrimination of bias. And then when there's also issue of transparency and explainability. In other words, we mean that when it comes to AI, people want to understand, how did AI arrive at the decision it made? You ask it, AI, should I eat rice or beans? It tells you eat rice. How did you arrive at the fact that I should eat rice? So we should be able to explain it. So sometimes there is that thing they call the black box AI. So even the developers don't know how we coded this thing, but the way the code is behaving is beyond our own understanding. So the only way they were able to use to block it, to categorize it, is what they call the black box AI, because it was not clear. And because it was not clear, you don't know where it is getting the information from. And then that information is not trustworthy, it's not reliable, until we're able to ascertain how it calculates. And if you are curious like me sometimes, and when you ask ChatGPT some things, go to the back end and see the codes and the analysis and how it's analyzed step by step. You should be able to take your time one day, just go through it. How did it arrive? You see the logic. It gives you step-by-step procedure, what it thought, which material did it consult online, how did it deduce from that material, and all that till the last decision that was made. Some of the AIs don't function in that manner. So when it's like that, we have issue about transparency and explainability. And then we have also issue around privacy and data security. We are all HR, and we that HR data are exactly. Now, for you to use AI, that means you have to train the AI with your confidential data. Do you know how access to it? How far do you know to be consulted? Where do you know it is stored? The data is stored. So these are issues that we need to worry about as HR people before we know which AI to deploy or not to deploy. And then job security concern, we've talked about it already. So I will not overflow that. So when top HR were consulted and they were asked what were their major concerns, and we can see this is the concerns they have on that graph, most of them being issues around bias, that the AI could be biased based on what it is fed with. Now, what are the best practices for us as HR people? How should we go about it? First is regular AI auditing. Don't just take the garbage in, garbage out thing. Sit down, you are a human being, you have brain. God gave you the brain to create multiple things. So whatever AI produces, it is supposed to be a support and not a replacement for your brain. So sit down and audit it. Does it make sense? Does it align with the policy? Does it even have, one thing that AI does not have is human empathy. It does not have that thing that you have, and that is, no matter how much they try to put emotions in the AI, it may never do it the way you would do it or consider other factors the way you would do, except it is prompted to. So regular AI auditing, transparency and explainability, data protection and consent. So you need to understand what is the rule. What is happening recently, we are seeing that there are new rules coming up around data protection when it has to do with AI integration and all that. So you need to understand it and how does it apply to you and your organization. And most importantly, that human oversight you must not ignore. That is where your value addition is. Now I present to you the ethics framework for HR leaders. So ethics, the E stands for evaluate AI use case. It's necessary for us to even use in the first place. Because it is the buzzword, does not mean that everybody needs it. We talked about strategy this morning. So if the strategy is defined and you realize based on the strategy that AI is a tool that will help you achieve the business objective, then it makes sense. If it doesn't align, you don't need to force it or let us do AI because everybody is doing AI. No. What is your use case? Then you need to train diverse team to develop the AI in case maybe your what do you call ICT team or even your colleagues, when you're like in my organization now that they are testing, they open it to a wide range of people, select people to test. Why are they doing this? My use case of AI may not be your use case of AI across different departments, across different cultures and all that. By the time all of us feed our data, that data is indirectly training the AI from behind the scenes. So that is the things we're able to now collate together and be able to have a more holistic and minimize the bias that maybe only one person's opinion or ideas will be what will be seen when people prompt the AI. And then holistic testing, test it very well. Be very sure, test it, use your human knowledge, consult your textbooks. Don't think that textbooks are now out of place now. By the time it produces test, check. This is it in alliance with the theory that we know? Is it in alliance with what we know in terms of our practices, our policies? Test it and be very sure. Then implement feedback mechanism. There should always be a way that people can reach back to say, oh, this AI didn't give me what I wanted, or what the AI produced is wrong and not correct, or I'm not happy with this response. So that at the back end, developers will be able to answer, get those data and be able to use it for something better improvement. And then that takes us to the last part, which is continuous improvement cycle. Having said that, what is the future trend in AI for people management? We can see that AI is gradually moving. In terms of people management, we can see from here, this is what is where we are this year. It is predicted that by next year, there will be wider acceptance. There will be more. So what does it mean for you? If you are not already aligning personally or as an organization, the time is now. You cannot stay on the fence anymore. I remember when many years ago when I was still a child, one of the things that prompted me, for example, to learn how to use computer was when I came to the bank and I saw bankers using computer, and I always wanted to be a banker. And I'm like, oh, wow, I need to go and learn how to use computer. Now, many people didn't care because as at the time, computer was seen as what would take over people's jobs. For me, as a young boy, it was motivated. I need to learn it because I want to get into that space. So for you today, the world is AI. It is everywhere. AI, data analytics. Don't sit on the fence. Oh, me, I'm already into the job and nothing is happening. It will shock you. So please align with what is happening. Agentic AI, generative AI applications, and then we see regulatory evolutions coming up. Governments are now becoming aware of the dangers that AI can pose to humans and even organizations. And new regulations are coming up. You need to be aware. How are you aware? Being part of the industry trend. If you are not, like my mentor mentioned, if you are not already a member of CIPM, I think this is the best time so that you know what's happening in your industry, especially in your country. What is the new regulation around data protection? What is the new law? What is the new rule? How do we align to ensure that we use human data that we collect in a confidential and government-approved manner? So it is, very critical. Having said that, the last and the most important point I want to leave you with is a roadmap. What is it? What is it for you now? Assessment and gap analysis. Where do we stand as an organization? And beyond that, where do we stand as a person? So do your personal assessment to know your gap and identify them. Then pilot implementation. In case you've never used AI before or you've not used it, it is going beyond just using AI for crafting job descriptions. We are going into strategy, as is mentioned. How can you leverage AI to develop a quality strategy document? So there is a need to learn. So how do you pilot it? What AI tool do you use and all that? And then ethical framework development. So how do you create this framework that guides how people in your organization use AI? What is the framework? How do we, to what extent? Where do we use it and where don't we use it? Yes. So coming up with a policy. So what does that policy cover? If you don't know the AI and its extent, how can you develop a policy that will secure your organization, especially your organization's resources? Because you don't know maybe the back end, who is at the back end sourcing those data. And then prepare your workforce. Don't just be angry at people for using AI or not using AI, like our senior colleague mentioned, Fatima mentioned earlier. that somebody walked out of the hall because they said this is ChatGPT. No, you should be able to find a way to integrate it. Let your people know, if necessary, create that micro learning platform for them to learn how to use it well and use it ethically. It is okay to use it, but to what extent? What is the limit that we can use it? How do we ensure that AI becomes a supportive and collaborative tool and not a replacement for workforce? So you need to prepare your workforce by training and constant retraining. Provide them the opportunity and all that. If you have the budget, sign them up for some trainings. But then the good thing is that there is a whole lot of training line for free, especially by tech giants like Microsoft and the rest. You can find a whole lot of trainings free. All you need to do is sit down and source those courses, send it to them to take it. It doesn't take anything. If possible, give them some time of 30 minutes a day, for the next 1 week to learn so that they can be able to use it well. Because if they use it well, it is to the advantage of the organization, not just for you alone. And then lastly, scale and continually improve. Now, these questions, I will leave it to you. Normally, we would have discussed them, but I'll leave it to you to reflect on it, most especially to ask yourself, how ready is your organization to implement AI in your HR processes? What is your first priority area? It's not necessary to implement it in all the HR value chain. Which one will you start? Where? Start small, but be consistent. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave it at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we'll quickly take general questions and answers, which could also include this session. But while we do that, don't run away, but go away. So do me a favor, the announcements, since we don't have time. So questions, comments. Meanwhile, before anybody plans to run away, we want to take group picture. So if anybody wants to run away, tell us, we'll take group picture, then you can run away. You want to run away?
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone.
Papa, comment, we'll take group picture. Then we'll continue village meeting in like few minutes. You all be fat.
All right, thank you very much. So my contribution about artificial intelligence is that we must use artificial intelligence in our favor as human resource practitioners. And what I preach now is augmented intelligence, and it is still AI. Augmented intelligence, human with computer was augmented intelligence, because it is the human beings that do the prompts. You ask the questions, it will give you something, and even AI can tell you lies. ChatGPT do lie. It will give you wrong answers. Wrong, yes, and it will even say, please check again, check the fact and make sure that it is correct. So let us preach augmented intelligence, so that it will show that, yes, human beings are the ones that are doing the prompts, and we have some level of intelligence that artificial intelligence too can say, oh, that's a very intelligent question. Because if you ask ChatGPT some questions, it will force rule and say send, because it's still trying to get all those information. It is not something that can just go straight, and it will tell you, oh, very intelligent question. So you must also ask intelligent questions so that it can know that we have put an effort into what it has given us. So that is what I teach now. Augmented intelligence, artificial plus human gives us augmented intelligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We quickly take a charge from our very host. Please, let's celebrate her. If not for her, we won't be here. Our Deputy Director.
Good evening, everyone. Again, it's been great having all of you here. And I want to say thank you for the patience. I'm also thanking myself for the patience to have sat through it. I didn't expect I was going to be here till the end because I had another engagement. But it's been worth my while, and I believe it's been so for every one of us also. Okay. I don't know what else he wants me to say, because we've had a packed day, really. Transfer of knowledge, right? So if I must say anything, it is for us to get up and do. It's one thing to attend seminars, one thing to go for trainings, one thing to hear people speak. But where the rubber meets the road is when you actually get into the act of doing. So if everything we've heard today, we've talked about, in fact, I was telling Tochukwu before he came up, when he came to discuss this agenda with me, and I was like, the conference, we talked a lot about AI and HR, where they marry, right? And should we be repeating it here again? You know, let's just do something different. Let's just let this go. But it's good he did it, because he was like, let him just do what his oga said he should do. It's good he did it because it has shed more light on where we can begin to implement. Some of our organizations are not there yet, right? If you work in an organization that has just 10 staff, you know, you still have to like build to a certain level. And then if you work in an organization that has the oldies heading the affairs, you will need to bring them up to speed to understand why you need HR to be married to AI to make the organization work better. So like what he shared in the morning, talking about the different stages of the organization where we are at, that's what will determine where we can implement anything we've learned here today. So your organization might be at the growth phase, and that might not be the right time for you to introduce a conversation like this, right? If it is a startup and you have tech people at the helm of affairs, yes, it's a good time to have that kind of discussion because you just get into the flow from Jump Street, right? But when you have reached that place where, you know, for those who make steak, you prepare steak at home, any kind of steak, beef steak, pork steak, and the rest. When you want to really get a juicy steak, you marinate it overnight, right? So for organizations that have matured, there are those ones that have gone through marination. So when you are now poking it in different areas, all you'll be getting out will be juice, and it will be very, very delicious juice. Okay, so there won't be this shift or sudden impact. I was having a conversation with a staff who supposedly came to complain about something last week. And I said, what you don't realize is you've been experiencing change in the organization in the past 3 years. He said, And I said, okay, did you do this before? He said, no. I said, well, now you do it with ease without even knowing you're doing it. He said, that's Ojoro of HR. I said, no, it's not Ojoro of HR. It's the way we implemented the change. It didn't come in suddenly so that it threw you off balance, right? So even if we're going to implement this new change now, introducing AI, it will also be subtle, such that it starts out as a conversation. People begin to understand the importance, and then you can now get them into the flow so that when you now introduce it, they are there already, but they don't know they are there. Okay, so in everything we do as HR, we are humans and we are working with humans. And so in our decision making also, we'll consider their own part. I mean, consider the part that, oh, it's not robots we're just pushing around. So you know that people differ, and so people will learn differently. Having said all that, thank you very much for enjoying ISVN. For enjoying ISVN facility, and I have your permission to run, Abby. Thank you. I also have your permission to run.
But we'll take a picture with you, man. So let's quickly take our group picture. Please, who has eye for detail to arrange the picture? I want the picture to be so fine in their next calendar. If they still do calendar, they will put us. Do you understand? Please. Who is arranging us? Please come forward, please, quickly. Some people who are tall, you know where to stay. Pick wherever. on the ground up, but your face must show. And your shoe must shine. And you must smile. Who is coordinating this picture? All these people that used to do interior decoration in their dreams. This opportunity to manifest. And don't let all the men be together, all the women, please. Balance the color. I will not be here. No, I came with my platform. That's the photographer. When I was doing afternoon, when I was doing like this, you thought I was so still you are. Okay, it's coming. I was doing like this. Isn't this sign language or snapping? Now you go take out. Photographer know they show for picture. I read girls. Check them, I'm not the person. Wait, as the tallest.
Please, the people behind, can you move back towards the wall side? No. It won't show, because everybody will cover it. That's what I'm saying. If we all move back, there will be space in the front for them to take the picture. Because here we are crowded here. Obviously, they tall people like you, tallest person in Nigeria, will go to the back. So people like us that are short and brief.
Down. So for context. No, I started this conversation with context.
Yes.
For context, we are taking the picture too.
Yes, of course. Okay.
I can't go to the back as the reference of the picture.
Okay.
Receive understanding.
What? We are still saying the same thing.
I am married. Take the picture. Yes. You won't tell me.
No, see what I'm saying. No, I'm using you as an example. He can see. That's what I was actually saying.
We can share photo. Two of them are the first and they are still sitting down. They are the still remaining there. Yes. Are you understanding me? Even if you take what seem how fast
Two parties, that's what I mean. Yes, two parties would be better.
Yes.
Some can stay behind them and that's it. We
We'll get all right. So we have to repeat our number, right? But this still remains, the state will still remain where we're going to arrange ourselves, right? So second part, still come back and Friday. So dignitaries remain here.
Can they be seated because of
not a problem.
Yeah.
Not a problem. That's great. So yes, we've been trying to take pictures for 10 minutes now. Yes. So can we just vacate this place? Sorry. No, even there. Can't take picture. All right. Sorry, can we vacate? Sorry. So you will join the second batch. Sorry. Thank you. Second batch. Thank you. Sorry, can we? No. So we go to the stage. Only stage. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. So we'll join the second. All right. All right, so is it okay? Is it better now? Is it better? All right, so you can join us. You can see. You can ask me. All right, sir. You can join them now. Looking for now. You can join us. Are you ready? All right, sir.
Can you see what he cannot stand inside?
Let me stay there. Are you okay now? You can come and carry me. Stop it like that. Stop it like that. I have webinar for 7 for people who don't have work.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Are you ready?
All right, so you can go ahead. Second batch, get ready. Once they are done, move.
And I'll be supplementary batch.
We drop them out, don't worry. Can we make space for them, please? Are we done? All right. Second batch. Second batch. This is list. Second page.
Now, I know enter very. One batch around and supplementary.
What? Second batch.
There's someone that is invading our private space. Also. Someone like us.
How would we not batch? Are you ready? All right. Confirm it's okay. All right, so you can go ahead.
Am I showing?
You don't mind.
Please, I hope you are backing up this photographer just in case.
Oh my God.
Not batch. Or I'm not sure I showed the first one.
Mega. See you later. Every time.
Oh, yeah, now. Come and sit down, my friend. Come. Abuja branch member, set them Abuja branch. Are you available?
Yes, I am.
Right, Okiku. This one I see at them Abuja, you not upcoming, you. This is Abuja branch. Good. Oh, yeah, come closer, come closer. Just 1 minute. You came on the came from. So, Maritina,
Organizing committee, we are here. Why are you being like this?
Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Give this short woman.
Can I ask you? He shot you.
Organizing committee. Organizing committee.
You're taking us from the corner. You should be in the middle now.
We're too selfless.
Yeah, it's not tonight. You never seen him.
Are you? I'm sure. Your balance, now this committee go have back. Thank you.
No, wait, so there's another one. The first 5 people that
That's fine.
Yes. So we are not part of it. Susan. No. Susan. No. The first 5 people that came.
There are different segments in life.
The first 5 people that came. Alice, I'm done. Wait, this chat room, I live there. Go to that set.
You have the webinar for 7. Please allow.
You could like they could come. Wait, you are short.
I told you I've changed.
Am I showing? Don't cut me out. Please. You are done.
Photographer. We can't release it now. You're waiting for photographer.
Photographer.
The question.
Yeah. Photographer, see him. Yeah, come.
The picture must be fine.
Very fine.
This picture is going to Jos.
I need a personal picture to be on my TV for at least this particular period.
You know what? Okay, just step on it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. To be on my phone, no problem. I begged him. It's an honor.
Yes.
It's a privilege.
Great. Oh,
Come on. Oh my goodness.
Yes, ma'am. So you want me to?
I needed a personal picture with him.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Next
Yes, sir. With aid of artificial. Huh? At least I'm taller than somebody. Don't you think so?
It's on. Wait.
I'm LGBT.
Pick your number.
Can you number? Please, I'm taller than. Yeah. Whose phone is that? It's my phone. It's iPhone.
No answer. Beg. Now.
Personal picture, yeah.
You're not trying to. Let's do the heads.
So I.
Let's do that from down there.
Light is very important. Did you change location? Yes. No, it's okay.
All picture is very special.
Oh God. I like it like this.
Yeah, I like it like this. Mega. I don't want to like with you.
It's like prepare. Okay.
I'm not bad. I'm okay.
Don't be angry. Yeah, don't run away.
Yeah.
Yes,
you see this picture, me and you can continue that.
Yes,
so our next time down. Please, the next time out, the food we founded, yeah.
Ginica.
Yes. Food we founded, yeah. Mr. Kofi. Mr. J, the next time that the food we founded, yeah. That was just one of
Big chops.
Founded, yeah.
You're looking away. Let's take it again. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry for the distraction. Where is that? Can I send it? Can I send it? Yes. It's only my, it's passport. I'm just sure the picture is fine now. The picture is good.
Thank you, sir.
Please consider those of us who are online. We are waiting for the attendance list. Thank you.
All right. Boss. So where? Is it the elimination? Yeah. Well, your pep is not showing. Your perfume is not showing. Oh, really? Right? I just started walking and seeing this. Yeah. She's a you know, she has things about it. The example of, let's say, psychological symptoms. Yes. So our Bible actually. So, how are you going to go? Yeah. Again, let's go. Let him talk. I don't know.
I'll just go. So nice. We should have a definition. I'm happy to. Last time I got. Yeah.
Just a second, let me take a portrait.
Huh?
Let me take a portrait, just take.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.